Okay, we are live. For real this time.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yes. So sorry about last week, canceling at the last threw up a bit. But I think I have it under control now, so should be okay with that. And yeah. So anyway. What's up, Jinpachi? How's it going?
Going well, man. Going well. Everything is good. Yeah, I
Nice,
know
nice.
your stomach is you've been having some issues, so hopefully that's all
Will
better
we be
now.
continuing yep.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that? You cut out for me.
Yeah, you were cutting out for me, sorry. Um which part you didn't hear?
You said will we be continuing something and you cut out. For me at least.
Oh, Resident Evil 5.
Oh yeah, we could definitely continue soon. I wanted to continue yesterday, but it just was but some stuff came up, so we'll definitely be to
Huh?
continuing that. I said that I wanted to continue it yesterday, Saturday, but something came up, so let's try to continue it like during the week.
Well, yeah, you gotta let me know in advance. That way I can come over and then we can, like a Saturday, not 5.
Yeah. Well, like I said, well, that's why I'm saying I told you before I wanted to continue Saturday, but I just something happened, so it's all good. Retro Man,
All right,
welcome.
no problem.
Nathan, Zeno, Royce.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How's it going? Give me a second. I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna try to get back in because I'm having like some weird, um, like internet issues. I don't know what the hell's going on, so it's kind of annoying because you keep cutting out and then it's like having like this weird delay.
Well, that's happening for me too, actually. So I'll probably end up doing the same when he gets back. Yes, the pizza cult. I don't really like. Well, you know what? Let me not go there. Let me not go there. But yeah, like it's been cool. RE5 is hectic work, man. RE5 was hectic work. Anybody who saw that stream. But yeah, like I was saying before, Saturday I was a little bit busy. I know usually Saturday I do like a second stream, like usually Wednesdays, Thursdays, or Saturdays, but I just like this Saturday I just couldn't do it. I told Revenant earlier in the week that we would stream Saturday, but like I said, it got kind of crazy. I would love to join, says Christian Frades. I'm sure, indeed. D-Day Direwolf, what's up, yo? How's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. What's up? How are you doing at Revenant? Revenant, says Royce. What's up, Royce? How you doing, bro? What am I, chopped liver, Royce? You only say hi to Revenant? What am I, chopped liver? You want shady? I'm chopped liver, bro? Wait, did you see Spider-Man? I saw him, and he gave me the middle finger while swinging across the city. I'm good, and you. I'm doing good, bro. Nathan Gaming says the pizza cult is alive right now. The pizza cult, the way of Domino's. You know what? Now I'm getting a bunch of pizza ads. I think like that's just it's like like a parasite that has infested its way into my videos. Now I'm getting pizza ads when I watch stuff. So of course all gamers love Domino's, clearly. Or Papa John's. Excuse me. So yeah, it's gonna be like an interesting subject. Normally we have more of like a strict set of topics, but today we're going to be talking about more kind of like an open subject. What's the best generation of gaming? What are you guys' thoughts on it? It should be fun. And, keep in mind that, we're going to give everyone time to speak, but, please be considerate of others because, we don't want to be here all day. And, make sure that, you're concise and whatnot. But yeah, overall, I'm excited about this subject. Rest in peace. Oh, rest in peace, Itagaki. Oh yeah, we have this Itagaki subject, I believe, as well, which sucks. I think Revenant might be doing a video on that. Peak. Yeah, I mean that was the real Spider-Man for you. I'm more of a pizza forte kind of guy, or pizza fort. I've never heard of that before. And welcome, Madar. You will all listen to this old man's ramblings. Yes, I was born in gaming. I didn't see a polygon till I was already a man. My brain is terrible, but where is Rev? Rev will be back. Spirit of Paradox, what's up, bro? How's it going? He's just he's probably gonna rejoin to see if the connection is a little better. I'll probably do the same when he returns. Jim Pauchi, I mailed you 5 large pizzas. You're welcome. Thank you. Cartoon video games idea boy. Cartoon video games idea boy. What do you mean exactly? Yeah, and it sucks that Itagaki died, right? That's pretty lame. It's unfortunate. A lot of the greats in the industry are either leaving or getting fired or dying, and you can definitely see the tonal shift, like the passing of the torch between that generation and the current generation is like kind of booty. Madar Palser says the best generation of gaming, the best is now. Have you looked at Ghost of Yotei? You can cook fish in there. It broke new ground. Exactly. You're right. I know Jen is trying to steal this channel. I just can't prove it yet. Itachi edits is correct.
Okay, I'm back.
Reverend, get out. I stole the channel, bro. Get out. Bye.
No longer mine.
Bye. After your performance in Resident Evil 5, we all unanimously decided that you're booted from your own channel.
Hey, listen, I had a lot on my mind. Yeah, and it's been a long time since I played the game, and a lot of factors came into play. But I think I'll be better this Thursday.
Okay.
I'll try.
Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I'll carry the team. I'll carry the team. I'm like the star quarterback. And you could be like a good wide receiver. You just gotta, or you just gotta catch the rebound. Like I'm like Kobe on the team, and you're like whoever else that like no one cared about on the Lakers. Whatever like player like was just scared to pass the ball to Kobe. Whatever player was scared to pass the ball to Kobe, that's you. Anyway, look, I'm joking. It wasn't that bad. You're good. I'm just playing, bro. Taurus, bro, has never held an Xbox pad. Says the Gabagool. No, you know what? I'm like, all jokes aside, considering he hadn't played it in like probably a billion years, it wasn't that bad. I'm just busting his chops. I sucked. I myself was also doing bad.
Last time I finished actually like played the game to completion was in 2010. So
yeah, so that's like legit 15 years ago.
Here and there, I would play Mercenaries like by myself or with you over the years, but that's roughly about it.
I own a Master System. Spooky noises, man. I love the Master System. I remember one of the my early memories is playing X-Men Children of the Atom. I believe it was on the Master System, and it did look like kind of like shit on there compared to like the other versions of the game, but I had so much fun with it. I started my Elden Ring stream. Every death is 5 push-ups, says Itachi edits. That's pretty cool, man. Well, that was easy. What happened on RE5? No, nothing happened. I'm just busting his chops. We were just playing the game. Well, cartoon parodies that I want to make games from the cartoon shows. Oh, you want to? So, Royce, you want to make games based off parodies? Just make sure that you're not doing anything licensed, because if you use something licensed, they might cease and desist you. Jinpachi, if you stuck in the middle of the ocean, which ice cream would you like use to kill a T-Rex with, and why use it as toilet paper?
Yeah,
All
you
right,
definitely don't want that.
I'll answer your question in stages, Star Master. So the first thing that I would do is I would use the ice cream and melt it so it becomes a toxic sludge when it comes by, when it combines with the salt water, or at least tastes really bad, right? Then I'll collect it in toilet paper so it becomes like a capsule, right? Like I'll make like a paper mache capsule to hold the melted ice cream salt water, and then I'll throw it into the T-Rex's like throat so it chokes, it gets stuck and it can't go down its uvula and it suffocates and dies. But the crazy thing is that this T-Rex could swim in the ocean, clearly, right? By your premise. So it's a super dangerous T-Rex, but I think that would do it. I think that'll do it. I think that would get it. So RE5 Mercenaries with my bro was fun. So I love RE5 Mercenaries. I'm just busting his chop, guys. He did okay. YouTube drama on RE5, right? Yeah, we had a falling out. Resident Evil 5. He didn't do enough Sheva. He didn't Shevely enough, and I had to boot him for my life. I know that, dude, Jinpachi, dude. Yeah. So yeah, you just got to be mindful of it, bro, because that can definitely be a factor. Like with cartoon stuff, if you're using parodies, you just got to be like really vague. Because even a parody, I think you could still get screwed over if it's like too similar. Some bigger companies get away with it, but I think parodies fall under fair use, right? You can do fair use parodies to a certain degree. I don't know. It's a little complicated legally. I can ask nonsense questions here too, bro. Here it comes.
Yeah.
What has 4 legs and is not in a chair? A gamer after 20 hours of gooning. And he just can't walk anymore. He can't even sit up straight, so he just fell off the chair. Why he has 4 legs? I don't know, bro. Don't all gamers have 4 legs? Just me? Or is it just a third leg? We all have a third leg, I think. Write that twit longer. Write it longer, that Google docket.
What do you got
He's right.
set up now?
What happened? Oh, with the hashtag thing, it does suck. Roy says Gooner and Chud for life. Whoa! Styling and profiling. They just can't keep these Gooner Gator down, says Rolls Royce. No, the answer is go. Okay, I'm glad. Oh yeah, go. Gotcha.
Yep.
That's true. I guess if you're the GOAT and you're gooning and then you fall off the chair, you'll technically have 4 legs because you're the GOAT, like the greatest of all time. But then you're gooning, so there's that. Oh yeah, my name is different. Yeah, because for some reason, I don't know who the hell anybody is. I know some of you guys because I can see your names are roughly the same, but like I'm sure I'm talking to people not knowing who the hell they are. Like the Gabagool. I don't know why that's your name. I feel like that's Mr. Tasty. No, maybe not. I don't know. Jinpachi wins again. Of course, bro. Until I don't. I mean, a goat has 4 legs and is not a chair. Oh, okay, gotcha, Madar. So the goat that was gooning fell off the chair on his 4 legs, right? Like, how does gooning fit into this equation, Madar? That's what I want to know. Like, where, like, you're talking about the goat, but I fail to see the gooning aspect that you clearly brought up and mentioned in your comment. Clearly, of course. So I need to know exactly what that is. But yeah, like I said, guys, I'm just busting chops. I'm really excited for this subject because I think it's open-ended. I'm sure a lot of people here have opinions of what they think is the best generation. What do you think, Revenant? That's Tasty Z. I figured it was Tasty Z. No, I'm completely new. Get out of here. I figured it was the Burv. Tasty Z. Tasty Burv. Xeno Chimera says, Hail Hydra. What's up, Hydra? How's it going, bro? How's it going? I'm glad to see everybody here, man. I got all the cool people in the chat. We have all the cool ass people in the chat right now, Revenant. Last time I only had to do 70. Wow, 70 push-ups. That's not bad, bro. Not bad. What the question was, what has 4 legs and is not a chair? Now, what has 4 legs and is in a chair? It has nothing to do with gooning. Okay. So I see. So what has 4 legs and is not a chair? Gotcha. So it's a goat that's gooning, while laying on the floor, right? Like after watching like some crazy game with like some feminine character, and while he was gooning, he just passed out and laid on the ground. There just happens to be a chair next to him that he fell out of. So the train of thought is that he still fell out of the chair, but that wasn't part of like your question or your riddle. I guess that would be like a riddle, right? But he wasn't like actually part of the chair. The chair was there and he fell out of it, but that's irrelevant to the riddle. The riddle happened after. That's why you asked what had 4 legs and is in a chair, but that doesn't talk about the fact that it was in the chair and after gooning it fell out of the chair, but it's irrelevant, but it's also part of like the scenario that happened. Correct? Wait, why is the chat with for names? I think mine got fixed last time I checked. I don't know if it's a glitch. I really think that they're experimenting with a feature. I think they're just experimenting. I don't think that it's a glitch, because a lot of companies and apps, they'll have like selective beta testing without telling you. They'll like update certain updates for people to test if it works, and if it doesn't, they get rid of it. So I think that must be what they're doing. What is the best gaming generation? Is PS2. PS2 was a really good generation, but I think the PS1 N64 era was underrated too. Like I want to say PS2 because that's like my default, and I sort of agree with you, but I feel like it's much closer than we would give credit for. And a lot of it has to depend on what generation you grew up with, like what you grew up with. Hail Hydra, he's cooning as a dog or something. Exactly. I don't know what's happening there. Dang it, my question was just for silly fun. Why do you have to make it dirty? Who said it's dirty? How is it dirty? Like, isn't gooning just being a goon like for like the Joker or something? Who made it dirty? Madar? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I meant like, when you have like a goon, like he was gooning like for these female characters, but like he was like their foot soldier, like their henchman. Like the GOAT was their henchman. Like he was gooning so hard he got tired, bro. Like from doing goon work. That's what I meant by gooning, bro. I don't know how that's dirty, man. I don't know how it's dirty, bro. Dude, whoa, says Rolls Royce. Yeah, gooning is wholesome. Exactly. You're just a hench. Like when you look at Harley Quinn, do you think? Hold on. All right. Hold on. When you look at Mercy Graves from Superman, do you think of? All right. Actually, hold on. Actually, all right. So let's say you have like Batman and he's fighting Two-Face and he has a henchman. You don't think anything dirty, right? What's wrong with gooning? Gooning is traditional in so many games, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, stop gaslighting me, Madar. I don't like how you're gaslighting me, Madar, with your lies. I'm just playing with you, bro. I'm just playing with you. Don't ignore me. I'm talking shit right now. Well, don't ignore me because I'm the co-host, but I am talking shit. Clowns are not sexy. Changed my mind. Then Harley Quinn enters the room doing some generous cartwheels. Yeah, bro. It says Tasty Z. Goon is to live. Yeah, who wouldn't want to be like a badass goon for like a cool like character? I don't know. Madar, stop gaslighting me, Madar. Ew, clownacy is silly. Keep your money up, not your funny up. He's right. Zeno's right.
Yeah, sorry about that. I keep having like these weird like.
Honestly, I'll say PS3 gen is my favorite.
So,
okay. I might actually rejoin as well because I'm having a lot of delays too. So I'm leaving a second. Zeno says, honestly, I'll say PS3 gen is my favorite, even though the road to hell was paved with that generation. It was the one I grew up with and just has a lot of magic for me. I feel you. It was really good. Hydra says, I don't clown Max. Yeah, like I do think the 360 era was peak. I honestly think that they all offer something to the table. They all bring something to the table, but I would have to say that it's really tough to choose because I want to say PS2 as like a default because I feel like so many good games came from that generation. But then PS1 had Metal Gear, the original Resident Evils, they had Crash Bandicoot. Like if you didn't grow up with those games, it is kind of hard to justify them, but they did definitely pave the way. And I feel like that was the era that really changed gaming. Like N64 had like Mario 64, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Like it's really hard to say what's objectively better, outside of technical things. But the 360 era had like a bunch of good games as well. It's really hard to choose, honestly. That's why I'm really interested in this discussion, because it's so easy to play devil's advocate for any of those consoles, really. Clownlessy is horrible because you get a joke at the end. You're right. He's right. And it's usually a very unfunny joke. The Fearless Ferret video game, we need it now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Dynamite. I know I haven't said it actually, but Dynamite is pretty cool. I'm glad that they're paying homage to older characters, right? Random question: do you think the next Elder Scrolls game is going to be a disappointment? I think that it's going to be a decent RPG game. I think it'll pretty much be like Starfield and Skyrim with like probably better graphics, maybe better physics. I think for sure it will have woke shit in it, and what you're gonna see is people defend the game because they're hype over a new Elder Scrolls game. And that's not to say the game will be bad. I just think people are gonna like hype it up and play cognitive dissonance games because they want to enjoy the new Elder Scrolls guilt free. But I feel like there's like an 80% chance of it being woke. And I know people can say, where are you pulling that number out of? And the truth is that my source is, I made it the fuck up. But I really think that's what's going to happen. I just feel it. I sense it. Intuitively, I know that it's going to be woke and people are going to defend it no matter what. You're going to have ugly women. Maybe they'll have armor like in the Oblivion remake where the armor is like, has been changed to be non-feminine and be universal for all characters. More androgynous bullshit. I think that's what's going to happen and people are going to defend it. We'll come back here when the game comes out and we'll see if I was correct. The generation with the most pride flags, I think it pushed the boundaries of the average player's patience. I think PS4 era might be the most woke era. Maybe. PS5 is a strong contender, like a really strong contender though. But I think PS4 is close. I've played way more games on a GameCube and Wii, but I have better memories with my 360. I feel you. I like the GameCube a lot, but I think the 360 was awesome. If the 360 didn't have the Red Ring of Death, it would be like pretty much like squeaky clean. And also, Microsoft did do some weird bullshit constantly. Devils May Cry then. Yes, Nathan, Devils May Cry. PS2, Xbox Gen for me. DOA, Ninja Gaiden, and RE4, also Okami. That's a good list. That's a good list. RE4 is fun. I'm not going to like continue my tirade of the game being overrated, but it is a fun game. That's a pretty good list. I love DOA. DOA 2, man, I spent so many hours on that game. Ninja Gaiden, oh man, Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 were amazing games, man. Those were like close to perfect games. They were fun. You had beautiful women. The action was heavy. I love those games. Was always a PC player. I played with the console once or twice. Gotcha, my dog. That kind of makes sense. Jimpachi, when Iron Revenant went to a volcano Hawaii to get us some ice cream, he immediately started talking about the glory of Hitler and his and Pokemon collection. Keep an eye on him. Whoa, that's crazy, man. Wild stuff. I'll take things that happen for 500, Alex. I'm sure that was a canon event. PS2 is so much more fun. True. I think that when we, yeah, that's crazy. I think when everyone comes on here, I think that for clarity, everyone should talk about the generation that they grew up with, because that says a lot about what generation you're probably going to think is the best, I think. Because, your first impression of something is always going to have like a higher prestige in your mind than like the stuff that comes later, or maybe the stuff before that you played retroactively. I think that's a lot of Resident Evil 4, where like a lot of people started with. Yeah.
Me off.
Oh, the microphone acting up, the connection.
Yeah, my connection. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's kind of pretty annoying. You keep like.
I keep getting like I keep hearing that too.
About to add more to what you're saying, and then it skips because it froze, and then now you talk about something else. And it's like, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's a shame you can't.
I don't know why.
Maybe next time try it from your phone. See if you have the same console controls on your phone, and maybe that could help. It could be like a PC, a laptop issue. Like I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because for me, you're skipping as well, but I'm probably skipping for people in the chat. I really don't know. I can't tell. The next Elder Scrolls will be worse than Skyrim, which was already worse than Oblivion, which was already worse than Morrowind. I agree with you. I think that I think them being worse objectively, I don't know if I could say that. I think that they were the games were better RPGs before, and they become more watered down with each installment. But I think that there are things that are like a little bit better in like the later games, because honestly, like I played Morrowind and I love that game, but that shit is hard to play now. It is really like rough to play. Like it has like, it's intuitive, it has cool stuff, but man, that game's rough to play. Oblivion, I love. And I think that the watering down of the RPG mechanics is a valid complaint. I wouldn't say they're universally worse. I just think that they're worse in a lot of ways that matter quite a bit. And I think RPG mechanics matter a lot. But I was thinking about RE4, that RE4, is a lot of people's entry to the series. So of course, people have like it in a special regard. And like I said, while I like the game and enjoy it, and like people will probably hate me for this, I think it's very overrated. I think it has good graphics for the time. I think it pushed a bar of what a game could do. I think that it has a lot of pros, but as a Resident Evil game, I don't really like have it in a super high regard. I have to like kind of force myself to even play it retroactively, to be honest. Like my last stream was fun of the game. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's a fun game, but I really did have to force myself to play RE4. I rarely would go back to it on my own. And I'm saying that someone who's beat it like 5 or like 6 times over the course, maybe 7 even. I don't know if we count the last one. And yes, I'm not the best at that particular game, honestly, but just keeping it honest. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, unfortunately. I'm sure they will, but I know if we'll have the energy to argue with them, that over Todd Slop. Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree, bro. The older Elder Scrolls, like Oblivion, to me is more immersive than Skyrim for sure. Like I love Oblivion. I'm just saying that like while the RPG mechanics have gotten worse, they've gotten a little better in other areas, but they're fucking buggy messes at that. Like it's kind of a mixed bag, but I agree with you. And I think the RPG mechanics matter quite a bit. Nathan says no. Somebody said, Medard says, but with Clown Ussy, you can get some pie, han. You know what? I think that the weirdest thing about Clown Ussy is that when you squeeze her boobs, they literally make honking sounds. Like they make like a car, like a big rig truck honking sound every time. And I don't know about you, but that kind of like kills the mood, man. What's the definition of woke again? Let's not play this game, Itachi Edits. The internet is your friend. I never got the Red Ring of Death, luckily, bro. I had 3 Xboxes and they all had the Red Ring of Death, and I didn't even play them that much. They just got cooked on me. Exec may cry. Personally, the 5th and 6th generation of consoles were the best video games have ever been. So many great examples, so many great games from that gen, especially Xenogears, Ninja Gaiden, Panzer Dragoon, Orta. I never played that game, bro. I never played it. I like it, I like it, but I have like really, really strong memories with the PS1 and N64, which is why, like, again, I'm leaning toward that generation too. But man, there were some really good games during that era. And then the thing was coming off the Genesis and Super Nintendo, they were so different. Like those games were like so different from like what we were getting before. While the PS2 era felt like an extension of the PS1 era in a way, like it felt like a refinement of what was happening on the PS1. While like PS1 and N64 compared to like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and Sega Genesis were like night and day, bro. Like it was like a huge shift. No, my age, says the Gabagool. The first actual PC game I played was GTA Vice City, my favorite game. Vice City is amazing. I love that game. I heard Revenant is extremely based from Jinpachi. Jinpachi, can you confirm it? I agree. He's based as hell. Can't get much more based than him. And the thing is, he has no skin in the game, bro. His channel, he don't make money off the channel. He just does it for the love of gaming. Nathan won't like what you said, Jen. I know. It's a fun game. RE4 is very fun. It's a very fun game. I had a lot of fun playing it. I just have the opinion that it's just not, to me, like a great RE game, And again, I'm not overly boosting 5 or 6 either. I just think that, 4 started that action trend.
and it's just not for me. It's a personal thing. For me, it's just not my favorite. It's a little overrated. I actually prefer RE3, RE2. I kind of prefer RE5 for story reasons, and RE6 I think RE6 is kind of like overly hated, honestly. Again, I'm not saying that they're like great representatives of Resident Evil, but I think that I have like some issues with 4, but it's personal, it's a personal thing for me. So I don't expect everyone else have my same opinion. My first RE game was Operation Raccoon City. My personal favorite is RE4 though, while least favorite is RE2 remake. Operation Raccoon City. That's interesting. Yeah, I agree. The Elder Scroll games downgrade and improve in different aspects, but I do think the downgrades are much bigger than what it improved. I agree. I just stuttered there. I turned to the boys. Anyway, you guys probably don't remember it. I have PTSD every time I hear honk. I think of that clown Ussy. She got me with the silly string, bro. Nothing takes you out of it. Then right at the end when they silly string your eyeballs, bro.
Can you hear me?
It's crazy. Yeah, I can hear you.
Do I sound too loud or something, or am I fine?
I hear background noise, but you sound all right.
Well, I'm using my phone, so that's why.
Okay. Well, at least you're not lagging now. Do I sound good? Am I lagging?
No, you sound fine.
You should. Do you have your headphones inside of your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, because I can hear I can kind of hear the wind, like the outside, noise creeping through.
All right, hold on. Give me a second.
The Indian version of Devil May Cry would be SARS May Shite. He's not wrong. Onimusha. Oh my god, I said Onimusha, bro. Beautiful. DMC 1 through 3. Oh my god. Goated. I'll give you 3 almost perfect games for PS3 era. Uncharted 2, Arkham City, Red Dead Redemption. Can you name 3 games from PS2 era that reached those heights? That's fair, actually. GTA San Andreas is up there. God of War, the original God of War 1 and 2 should be there. Those are like damn near like amazing, almost perfect games. Spider-Man 2, the movie game, it's highly regarded as one of the best Spider-Man games up until recently, even though I think the Insomniac games are like, especially the second one, are woke trash. But so there's a lot of contenders on PS2, man. There's a lot of them, and a lot of those games paved the way. But as far as almost perfect, I mean, you got to put San Andreas, you got to put God of War 1 and 2 on there. There's more that I'm not thinking of right now, actually, because like there's so many games on there. It's kind of hard to like instantly like summon them into my mind. It's like paralysis by analysis. You guys ever heard of that before? So RE4 is a good game, but it's not Resident Evil. I agree. Yeah, and also Berserker games. One thing that I could, and the other thing about that game is that it feels tremendously like a side game. I feel like aside from the Plagas being carried over to 5 and like the whole thing about like Wesker wanting it, I feel like that game is just a side game, bro. Like he's randomly in Europe to save Ashley. Leon's personality is completely different from RE2. Your roundhouse kick. I mean, I remember the first time I played that game, and the first time I roundhouse kicked a zombie, like that pretty much took, like at first I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. It's slow, the villager. As soon as I roundhouse kicked them and picked up, and then I saw you pick up gold and shit, I was like, oh, this is an arcade. This is an action game. This is an arcade action game. Like this is fun, but like this ain't scary, bro. Like this is not RE, to me. And then on top of that, yep, go ahead, Revenant. Let me talk for a minute.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking of doing, just for today, because the way it's formatted on my phone is different compared to on my laptop, because it's like the phone version basically. And I don't like how it's set up on the phone version. So I was debating whether or not if it'll just be me and you talking today and we just read through the comments, or if you want me to still try to navigate this thing on my phone through getting people in.
You're having trouble like having people actually join?
No, it's not that. It's just that the way it's formatted, it's like it's different, and I kind of don't like how it's set up. I can still try to if you want.
Well, let's just try it first, and if it doesn't work, then we'll do that. But at the very least, we can try to do it. You're just probably not used to how it is now on the phone. So
yeah,
just give it a shot.
Yeah, I've done it before where I joined as a guest, but not as like the person like managing everything on my phone. So
Can you be on both your computer and phone at the same time?
let me try that actually. Give me a second.
Because if you can do that, then you can operate like the interface like on the laptop or computer or whatever, and then you can be on your phone to talk. You just mute yourself on your laptop.
Right.
If you can do it. By the way, but when I saw my guy pick up gold, I said, "Oy vey, this is an arcade game," says Richard, pretty much. My fear, when I saw him pick up the shekels, I knew it was over, bro. How much gold did you hoard, Jen? I hoarded a lot, and then I dug a tunnel, a deep tunnel. To escape, I mean, to be honest, you do go in tunnels by the plagas. I don't know. It's a little weird. There's a little bit of little parallels there, My favorite gaming generation is PS2 because Dynasty Warriors games. I love Dynasty Warriors are so fun, man. Like I find Dynasty Warriors to be like mindless fun, but I really love them.
Okay, so I have like on my laptop it shows two of me, but obviously one is backstage, one is obviously like on the thing.
So the backstage one will run the show like Palpatine, and then you'll be like Darth Vader. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's how I'll have to do it, at least for today, because this week I gotta fucking call Verizon and see what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, the internet's been acting up for you. You told me, right? It's been acting crazy.
Yeah, and it's like weird because like fucking it shouldn't be doing that at all. It makes no sense. Like I'm not paying for like a significantly cheaper like service as far as internet, so it shouldn't be giving me these problems at all. So, which oddly enough, I've seen people online mention that their service is shit, even when they pay, whatever amount.
Pay more money, get more shit.
Basically, yeah. Which is fucking stupid. Anyway, well, I'll try to work on that. This should be good enough. So, at least we got that working. I got that out the way.
So yeah, pretty much. Just try to see how it works, and then we'll you deal with that later, I guess. If so far you sound clear, you're kind of ripping my ears to shreds. So if you pull your phone back a little, it might be a little bit better. But
how about now?
Like that's much better. But
give me a second.
You're good. I'm probably ripping everyone's ears to shreds. So.
Do I sound louder now?
You sound fine.
Okay, so maybe I just maybe not talk too loud.
Yeah, because your mic is like really sensitive, and I could tell that like it's like pretty sensitive. Like you can hear it. You can hear that. Like if you talk loud, you're gonna ear rape me, bro. Ear grape. Right, I mean grape.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can adjust the volume on the settings real quick. Hold on.
Retro Man, I actually like Might and Magic 4. You mentioned Heroes of Might and Magic. I like the fourth game. I used to play the hell out of that game. Cast some Armageddon on them boys. You know what I'm saying? My favorite gaming generation is P. Okay, I read that. How much gold did you hoard? Money, tunnels, U.S. assets. Kind of crazy, huh? Cheaper service. You mean Indian Wi-Fi? Pretty much, Madar. What did somebody say? I played Age of Empires 2 and Red Alert 2, says Edge Maverick. I liked Red Alert. I like Command and Conquer. I used to have Age of Empires. I had Mythology. You know which one I played a lot? Wasn't it Mythologies where you play as like the gods and whatever? Age of Empires Mythologies. I think that's what it was called. I like that game quite a bit.
No, I couldn't do anything with that. So it's all right.
Don't the plagas traffic humans through those tunnels? And actually, Zeno, that's actually true though. That's actually true, by the way. Like you actually do see like bloody mattresses and go through tunnels in RE4. So it's and there are bloody mattresses in tunnels, which is crazy. Well, sewers or whatever. I don't know. Whatever that was. Monster Hunter series started on PS2. Tenchu 3 was good, by the way. Good too. I like Tenchu's kind of underrated, man. Tenchu, I kind of like the control you have. I wanted to get the Tenchu that was on 360, but I never did but I liked how it looked. It felt Tenchu Z. It just looked kind of like a ninja sim. Like you're a ninja. It's like I don't know how to explain it. Like it didn't seem so like arcadey. It felt like a ninja simulator. And I like some of the fighting moves you could do. Like I kind of like games where like the fighting doesn't feel so scripted, where you can like get a little bit of jank in there, because I feel like the jank makes it feel more like you're controlling the character to a degree. When it's like overly scripted,
you get like stuff like Callisto Protocol or like Last of Us 1 and 2, where you punch a
Yeah.
character and like everything's like just overly animated and scripted, and you're sticking to them like glue and shit. And I feel like I'm just triggering a QuickTime event or a cutscene. I don't feel like I'm actually like playing the game. So
Yeah,
I kind of
to take away the
Yeah.
kind of like take the control away from the player. I remember you said something like that the last time when we talked about something similar to this. Yeah.
No, you're right, bro. Because like, look, I like games where like, I'll grab a guy and like run up a building and pile drive them off the building and do weird stuff like that. I like throw a car and then like fly and drop kick him like as the car can. I like stuff like that. I like when it's like kinetic and you feel like you're like controlling the actions of what you're doing. Like even Hitman has that to a degree. The PS2 games. I don't like games where I feel like I'm just triggering a cutscene. Like for example, even in the Insomniac Spider-Man games, I feel like the first game, the second, I only played the first one. And that was before I knew it had woke BS in there. But the point is that even in that game, when you fight, everything feels sticky. It feels like your character's like sticking to the enemy, and you're kind of just like you're sort of like just triggering it. Because I guess it's not as bad in that game as Uncharted 4 and Last of Us. And to be fair, Uncharted always had that, but I like to be able to do what I want. Like if I want to put a mine on you and then like run away and snipe the mine on your chest and blow you up, I want to be able to do that. I don't want to like have like extremely scripted on rails gameplay. I find that so boring, and I fall
I
asleep,
agree.
bro.
Yeah, it gets repetitive pretty fast. Crimson Tyrant. Oh my God, Crimson Tyrant had said, actually made a good point. Nobody talks about Dark Cloud. It was a gem to me in the PS2 era, the same as Dino Crisis. I agree. I remember Dark Cloud kind of being a big deal and a really good game because it had similarities like the Legend of Zelda games, and then it came more of its own thing in Dark Cloud 2, from what I understand. So yeah, pretty good.
I
and of course, Dino Crisis is good.
Iconis Skates. I agree with that. I actually agree with everything you said. Iconis Scatophoros. I don't know how to pronounce the name because the at thing, but apart from GTA San Andreas, does PS2 have any other flawless gems we are talking to? Yeah, God of War 1 and 2, which I mentioned. Devil May Cry 3. Those are already 3 right there that I just mentioned off the top of my head. You have, again, even though I don't necessarily like favorite that game, RE4 is highly regarded. That's a PS2 and GameCube. That's that era of game. You have like there's a lot of them, man. Like the PS2, you have an endless list of good games, and then you have like the cult classics on there. So you're saying 10 out of 10 games. I named 4 for you right there.
Yep.
Then you have what was it? Shadow of the Colossus was amazing. That was a great game.
Eco that came before
Ico.
as well.
Is it Ico or Eco? Ico, yeah. Ico, like. Then you have like all the various fighting games on there.
I'm sorry. I think it is Ico.
You have the super, and then you got to remember we're talking generation, right? So then you have like GameCube games, right? You have like Super Smash Bros. Melee,
Eternal Darkness.
Eternal Dark. You have so many games, bro. So like honestly, like when you say 10 out of 10 games, there's endless 10 out of 10 games on that era. It's just that by today's standards, if you didn't grow up with that era, you might go back to that and feel like, oh, this isn't that great. But you have to understand.
Oh yeah, D-Day and even Royce mentioned good ones. The Soul Calibur series, like Soul Calibur 2, even Soul Calibur 3.
Shadow Hearts.
What else?
Mortal Kombat.
Simpsons Hit and Run.
Yeah, there's a shit ton. Robot Alchemic Drive is amazing. There's so many great PS2
that's another
games,
hidden gem on there too.
If you play old games now and you were not from that generation, you might feel like, oh, they're old and outdated. But when these games came out, they were 10 out of 10 hits, bro. And the PS2 era is legendary. It was legendary for a reason. Oh, and Code Veronica. Then you talk. Let's talk about the Sega Dreamcast. You had Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. You had Shenmue 1 and 2.
Yep. Well, 2 came on original Xbox.
Okay, all right. Well, still, it doesn't matter. That's the same. That's the same generation.
Shenmue was revolutionary. Yeah, I mean, you can say it's dated now and kind of like hilarious, but there's still like this still has this charm, especially if like you are around that time or you have played the game.
Oh, or even Legacy like both games. Legacy of Kain.
There you go.
Legacy of Kain, bro. Like, there's so many games that were really good on there. Like, I just if you're looking for 10 out of 10 games, it's like one of those things where there's so many good games that it's hard to pick like just a few. Like
It
you
really
almost get stuck trying to think about them because there's so many
Yeah.
of them, bro.
And
Like-
and on top of that, you had so many great games coming out within like 1 year. Like if you see like a list of like, you know, what came out 2003, 2004, 2002.
Max Payne.
Or-
How could I
or
forget
whatever.
Max Payne? Max Payne.
That's another one, yeah.
Manhunt 1 and 2. Even though the second game
Bully.
has the censorship, the story is good and it's still a good game.
Yakuza
Bully,
came on that generation.
Yakuza,
1
yeah.
and 2.
Yeah, bro, it's like endless. You can just go on and on with that generation. Then you have the WWE games, all the WWE
Yeah,
games on there.
they were very good. Yeah, they kept
So-
getting good too. Keep getting
Yeah,
better.
like Here Comes the Pain, Shut Your Mouth, SmackDown versus Raw 1, 2007,
Yep.
2006, bro. Like
Yeah,
PS2 was
even
a
on the
great
GameCube
generation.
with Day of Reckoning 1 and 2.
And then you got Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime was fucking sick. You have then
You had
there's
Halo
all
on Xbox.
the- Halo on
That was a big
Xbox.
deal.
You have Killzone.
Mhm.
You have so many games on there, bro. Like honestly, I could just keep going on. Like
Fable.
as I remember them, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3. How can I
Mhm.
forget those? Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You had Fable on the Xbox. Like that generation was insane, bro. That was an amazing generation. Like you
Bloody
you
Roar.
Bloody Roar series. You never had like that generation. Whether you think 360 games are better or not, or that era was better, whatever you want to say, whatever is cool. But there was a there was a consistently good stream of games on on that PS2 era. Just consistently
really-
good.
It really was worth like having all 3 consoles at the time
It was.
because of
Everything had
how
something
many
to
like
offer.
good games you had on there. Even some of the third-party games, like you know, if you want to get it on
Splinter
Xbox because you know it like looked better or ran better, like Splinter Cell, for example, because on the PS2 it's kind of rough.
Yeah,
So-
Splinter Cell. Chaos Theory is playable on PS2, but you have to play it on Xbox. That's the definitive way to play it. Then you have somebody mentioned GBA games. You had Metroid Fusion, Metroid
Yep.
Zero. I love those games. Metroid Fusion is actually my favorite Metroid game. D-Day Direwolf. Who's D-Day Direwolf? Because I don't know who anybody is on here anymore.
Let me see if I can click on the name and it'll show. No, it just shows the handle. That's it.
Yeah, most
Yeah,
of the
the-
biggest
yeah, the fuck
franchises
this
experienced their peak of quality and inventiveness. While PS2 era was glorious, the one before laid the path for design on all. Exactly. And then you have the exactly, Gobble. You have exactly Tasty Z. PS1 era laid the foundation for the games they followed, bro. Like even the
Mhm.
N64 and PS1 era had amazing games. Like if you have to understand, bro,
really
like
did.
at the time, going from like Sonic the Hedgehog to like now you're playing Resident Evil 1 and 2 was insane, bro.
Yeah,
like
that
those
was
games were
crazy.
like it was
Like, the-
unparalleled, bro.
Yeah, the leap was like insane. Like especially like you know growing up, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter whatever
Extreme
age.
G.
Like if you've been playing like games for a while, you would notice like the difference. Where
Turok and
now you
Quake.
can't. Where now it's not even like comparable. It's like the leap now is like so like minuscule.
Minor. It's
By
minuscule
comparison,
comparison.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, there's not much of a difference. And
Mhm.
now the most you can talk about, oh, it's in 4K, ray tracing, 60 frames, when most of the games still don't run at 60. You have to fucking
Performance mode.
performance mode. So then you got
If that,
drop
if it
in
has
the
it.
quality of the graphics. Ray tracing usually fucks up the frame rate, so it's like not even any point. And it's not like it's really like gonna change the game like that and whether if you have it on or not.
You know
So-
what though? Ray tracing does look really good on certain games. Like if you play certain
it does,
games,
but
it does add something to it. Like doesn't
No,
matter.
I
Do you
get
need
what
it?
you mean, but what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's not like necessary,
It's
especially
not,
if you're
it's
gonna,
not.
especially if you're gonna sacrifice frame rate.
It's not. Frame rate is king. A game at 60 that looks good will always be better than a game, in my opinion, with ray tracing and all this shit, but it runs at 30 or less than 30, bro. Like, period.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Mortis said, Ghost Recon and SOCOM. There's another one.
yeah, SOCOM, bro. It's just endless. I can just, as I remember them, I could just keep throwing names out there, bro. Like that generation was
Yeah.
insane, and most of the games
Yeah.
people still love today got their real push on the PS1, PS2 era. A lot of the
Mhm.
modern IPs that have come out since then, while some of them are good, are fucking forgettable, bro.
They really
or they're
are.
just,
Like
or
they're
they're
trying to
just like,
push like fucking Horizon, and fucking Aloy, A Boy, and it's
yeah,
like that series is not like. First of all, it's not even like as iconic as even Killzone, for example, and or even their past games as well. Like it's not as good as Uncharted or the old God of War games, or even like the Jack and Daxter games.
Dragon Ball Z
No.
Tenkaichi. I forgot about
That's
that.
another good one, yeah.
Tenkaichi games, bro. Like
Mhm.
Budokai. You had like the
Yep.
Naruto games on GameCube. You had Clash of Ninja. You had Ultimate Ninja Storm on PS2. Like, bro, like honestly, like that's like a fucking psychological trap. Just rattling off names, bro. And that's not even
Yeah, like
talking
there's like
about
so many good ones.
Dead to Rights,
Oh yeah.
True
Forgot
Crime,
about that.
True Crime, Streets of
yeah. Great.
True Crime,
Great series.
Doom 3. Doom 3 was on that generation, bro. Like,
Yeah.
the Suffering 1 and 2. You know, like it's just endless, bro. It's just if you had a PS2 emulator and you never grew up in that generation, you have like so many good. Like that's a golden grail of library games, a library of games you can play. And the same with PS1
Really?
and N64 era. Like I can't honestly, man. I don't ever. Well, let me collect my thoughts. I don't ever remember sitting playing an N64 game and feeling like, oh, this is boring. You know. Even some of the really bad ones were bad, but I never felt like I was bored. I play games now and I get fucking bored playing them, bro. Because they're so focused on being hyper real movie games that they forget that hey, this isn't a game, bro. Like I should be able to like have better control and functionality over my character besides walking slowly down a hallway, bro.
Yep. I'm Onimusha. Yeah, all three of the games on there, including the fucking Smash Brothers ripoff. I didn't play that one, but another one we talked about the other day. You talked to me about it. What was it called? Beautiful Joe.
Beautiful Joe. Can't forget Beautiful Joe. And I was on GameCube as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was.
Beautiful Joe, bro. Parasite Eve on PS1 was goated. Saints Row 1 and 2. 360, look, bro, 360 had great games. Those are all good choices.
Yeah, 360 PS3 really did.
OG Saints Row 1 and 2 were good games. I think Saints Row 1 was on Xbox, the original Xbox.
It was on
Wasn't it?
360. It was like I think it was like one of the launch titles on 360.
Wasn't it on Xbox, the original Xbox as well? Saints Row 1?
I don't think so.
You sure?
I think it was going to be, but then I think they switched it to just being on 360. Oh yeah, Rumble Roses. There you go.
The Suffering 1 is better
one.
than. So let me address this comment. I agree. The Suffering 1 is greater than the second game, but I like the morality system in the second game, and I like that like depending on what choices you make, it gives you different paths, and you actually fight exclusive bosses and get exclusive powers depending on what morality you have. Like Suffering 2 is not a bad game. It's just that the first one is better. But I think that they're both great games, honestly. I wouldn't say like 2 is like a terrible, like horrible sequel. Like I like that you explore Baltimore. You're not like just on the prison. You get to explore the streets of Baltimore. Like I thought it was a cool game, you know? I thought it was really cool. I think the first game, I agree, the first game is better, but the second game, it has its merits. It's worth playing, I think.
I mean, we're naming so many like different games from like different generations. I mean, we mainly been talking about like the PS2, Xbox, GameCube generation. Should I put the link in the chat?
Yeah,
No?
you could. Yeah, put the link in the chat. Might as well.
Okay.
Sorry, my comments are getting buried, says Tasty Z. Are they? Everyone started to take gaming more semi-seriously, and it swept the schools. Yeah, gaming was taken much more seriously because the quality got better. Why do you think? Look, when you look at modern games now, why do you think Hollywood is so desperate to infect them? Because as gaming quality has increased, Hollywood says, "Well, Hollywood's dying because we basically ruined everything. Now we can infect gaming." And gaming is at a point now where it's become too mainstream, and now you have all these celebrities, all these people they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna pay Keanu Reeves to be in the game," but then your game is a buggy mess when it comes out. Like, where's the budget going? Like, we're in this era now because gaming, kicked up in popularity within the PS2 and 360 era. Like, it became truly mainstream, which is kind of it's a double-edged sword.
Before I forget, Young the Doom had mentioned other good games too. We said Def Jam Fight for New York, NBA Street. Yeah, I remember those. It was very good.
Yes, NBA Fight for New. Yep, I mean NBA has the NBA Fight for New. NBA Jam, NBA Streets, and damn Def Jam Fight for New York. What's going on with my brain right now? Yeah, those games were really good. Suffering 2 is the most realistic depiction of Baltimore I've ever seen. You're not wrong, bro. Yeah, Def Jam Fight for New York and NBA Street. Those were great games. NBA Street is underrated, honestly. Then you had how could I forget NFL Blitz? Anybody who played NFL Blitz, I love those games. Then you had what was the MLB one? I think it was MLB. Damn, what was it called? MLB something. It was pretty much. No, it wasn't the show. It was the one. It was pretty much similar to like NFL Blitz, but because it was like kind of like cartoony.
Okay.
But it was.
I remember.
I forgot what it was called. And basically, I remember like that game was crazy because you could like have. It was basically MLB Blitz, pretty much. Mm-hmm. I think it might have been called MLB Blitz. Actually, I don't remember. You could like.
I thought the football one was NFL Blitz.
It is, but MLB had one too, and I'm so upset I can't remember what it was called. But basically, like you had all the shit that was in NFL Blitz. Like you could have like horse heads, you had like the little cheat codes things. You can like be on fire and like like if they beam the ball at you and hit you with the ball a few times, you can like catch fire and it'll show your character like beat the shit out of the pitcher. It was a good game, bro. I just forgot what it was called. Slugfest. That's what it was called. MLB Slugfest. Exactly. Bingo. That was what it was. I love that fucking game, bro. MLB Slugfest.
Well, since we got him here, what's up, Zeno and Zeno Chimera and Nathan Gaming? What's up?
What's up, guys?
Shalom.
How's it going?
Shalom. How's it? Howdy doody.
Doing good.
That's good.
Shalom
That's
to you
good.
Good. Oy vey.
Oh,
all right. So
on the entire time. Hello.
Oh yeah, shalom, Nathan.
So what's up, Nathan? So all right, you guys want to give your thoughts on some of the best games, or what you think, what generation you think was the best?
Sure, Nathan. Do you want to go first?
I will. All right. So I gotta tell you guys right now, the best generation is the PS3 version because we got the Dark Souls slot.
Oh yeah, you're right. The Dark Souls game, the Souls games. You're right. It's the best generation.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah. So true answer is moderate right now because we could play any game from the past for free.
Pretty much. I mean, allegedly for legal reasons. I mean, if you want to sail the seas and play those games, you're probably gonna like have a huge library of fun games to play. If you never experienced that generation, you might as well like just get a fresh start and pretend it's new because it might as well be it's new to you if you haven't played that generation, right?
Yeah.
So.
Just become Luffy. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do.
Yeah. And honestly, to that point, I feel like, this is kind of like an aside. I feel like if they just took the like if you took a game, for example, like San Andreas, right? That game's like compared to modern games, it's very low specs. At the time, it was like that would basically blew up your PS2 or whatever. But now it's like really low spec. If you made a game that looked slightly better than that, you can actually put modern physics into the game and modern things that are like actual quality of control and quality of life things into that game, have it look like basically a PS2 game, and you can have a city the city the size of like the freaking whole US for the most part, and like really go all out. Like if there wasn't such a focus on like purely graphics and fidelity, I think the quality of games we would be getting with current technology would be like insane, bro. Because imagine if the computer was running harder, the physics engine, the gameplay, and really pushing that, as opposed to trying to have to keep up with like with ray tracing and shit like that, like imagine like how good the games could be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's just we're not gonna get good games anymore. That's why we gotta trust the mods, man. These modders, ROM hackers, you know what I mean, making this ROM hack games. We gotta trust them.
Yeah. But I'm talking more to like, the expensiveness of a game, right? When I say expensiveness, I mean like using the resources, right? Like your GPU, CPU. Like if your game had humble graphics, the things you could do in that game would be insane. Like you could just have your computer just running like physics sims and shit like that. Like I just feel like indie could go in that direction as well, but I feel like indie still doesn't have the budget needed to like really maximize what could be done, right? Like, and unfortunately, like I feel like that would be the best solution. Like, good games, maybe you take a bit of a hit in graphics, but you can just you have so much functionality. Like, I really wish gaming would head in that direction, and I think that like big studios aren't brave enough to make that kind of thing. It just has to. You just get Hollywood actors and make like Walking slop or Dark Souls slop, right? Like, first thing they did with Star Wars, we have Star Wars, we can make an action game. First thing they do is make a pseudo Dark Souls clone. Yeah, and I'm like, surely this is what I want to play with Star Wars. I don't want to like, fuck all the cool shit. I want to meditate and fucking like, and have death mechanics from Dark Souls, right?
Oh, come on. That's a great idea. Come on. The numbers don't lie. It sold really well, as some people would chill out.
I love when people say that, right? Like, oh, what's my favorite one? This game's not woke because it sold well. I'm like, oh, I didn't know woke meant whether you sold poorly or not. I'm glad we clarified.
Yeah.
Like The Last of Us 2 did well. Is anyone gonna argue that game's not fucking woke? Like, who's gonna say that game isn't woke? Even people that like that game know it's woke, and they just say they don't care. They just say, "Oh, I don't care. It's a fun game." But you can't deny that game's fucking woke. It doesn't matter how well it sold. Like, who cares, bro?
The way to mention that, or to mention, oh, look how many people are playing on Steam, as if that means anything. Like that, all of a sudden, that means it's not woke.
Yeah, like what's more realistic? People are all playing Black Ops 6 or whatever because they love wokeness and want to play wokeness, or because they're just addicts of Black Ops or addicts of Battlefield. What's more realistic? That you're addicted to Battlefield and you're buying the game because you are attached to the brand and love the gameplay, or because you support wokeness and want to buy woke games? Like, like it's kind of crazy. That's why I'm saying sale numbers don't mean anything. People make excuses when they like something. It's like angel and demon effect. Well, Spider-Man is not that woke because I like Spider-Man. Okay, but bro, you're like playing as a deaf girl doing graffiti or whatever. Like
come on. Listen, you guys give them credit. They did hire a deaf voiceover.
Oh yeah.
But Last of Us 2 isn't woke because I like bloody games and it has good graphics.
Yeah, right.
But Nathan, I like bloody games with good graphics. It's not woke. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's my name on the ID, but it's not my wallet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is, bro. That's all it comes down to. All these modern games, when you're playing them, and you hear people defend them. Well, it has good graphics and it's AAA. That means it's good. That means it's not woke though. I like it though. I like the bloody game. The bloody game where I blow people's faces off is good. It has a good message. I know I caved his skull in hyper realism, but I'm a good person because I promote LGBT. I'm okay with that. So yeah, that means it's a good message.
Yeah, you also forgot though. It said The Last of Us 2 was also the fastest return as well. I mean, they're gonna get the money regardless. You know what I mean? It's Naughty Dog. They'll find a way to get money.
Of course, because all it is brand recognition. Without it, you'll end up having a bunch of flops like Concord, Dustborn, Flintlock, what's the other one? Fucking Unknown 9, Awakening, Forspoken. Like, that's the thing people like forget, is that a lot of these like woke games, like God of War, Last of Us, it's because of brand recognition. They build good faith with games prior, even like Ghost of Tsushima. And then you go to Ghost of Yotei or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, where they build good faith with the first game or the first few games. And then now, in modern times, now they want to add all the woke shit in there because they know they can get away with it. Because even if it doesn't sell past expectations, they may sell well enough where they still stick around. That's what you're saying. That's all this generation, and even like towards the later half of last generation was doing where they were just making turning all these established franchise, into woke ideological propaganda, and a lot of people ignored it because they're either too dumb to notice, or they were just willing to just accept it because
they're injecting it in their butt
like
like
Pachi was saying,
meth.
it has good graphics, it has violence. I'm a good person. I support this, I support that. So that just negates everything. That completely negates my purchasing decisions, and that's what you have now.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad games being made. ESG money involved. Sweet Baby Inc. I'm glad companies like Sweet Baby Inc. are involved now. Because here's why, right? We can see what they're doing. What games are they working with? And then we just go, all right, I'm not buying that.
Wait till the Wolverine game comes out, bro. Wait till the Wolverine game comes out.
What Wolverine game? Listen, the only Wolverine game we know is X-Men Origins. Okay, I don't know
Exactly.
what you're talking about.
Wait, X2 Wolverine's Revenge, and that's another great PS2 game, by the way. X2 Wolverine's Revenge is also good. But you know what? Here's the funny thing. If you think about it, that Wolverine game is going to come out. It's going to have some woke propaganda in it, some allegories for like crybaby social justice bullshit. Like, poor me, everything's because of everyone else. It's not my fault for my decisions in life. Blame these group of people, that group. That's pretty much what you're going to get. That's going to be the subtext of the game. You're going to have 40, 50-year-old Mystique, 50-year-old Jean Grey. Pretty much Uncharted 4 gameplay, because it looks like that, by the way. It looks like Uncharted 4 gameplay.
They all look like that, yeah.
Basically, what I was saying,
overly cinematic shit.
Like
and then people are like, oh my god, he cut his arm, he cut his leg, blood, he got blood coming down his teeth, and they completely negate everything else when it's all fucking scripted. The same shit for like 20 to 30 hours you're gonna be doing.
You're gonna be surrounded by 4 guys. 3 of them won't attack you while you're like sticky on the guy that you're striking. It's gonna be like Uncharted 4. You kill him, then the next guy is gonna attack you. You could see that in the trailer.
Yeah,
but anyway,
exactly. But I wanted to make this point real quick. Something that I know, like, you appreciate Jinpachi because you mentioned, plenty of times on here or even like, off screen or whatever when we talk, but physics based like animations, combat, like the Arkham games or even GTA 4, where the ragdoll physics, you don't see that anymore. You don't see that type of care and attention to these games, where now it's all about taking the controller away from the player, making everything cinematic because they're trying so hard to be movies instead of being games. It's not enough for the games to look hyper realistic and fucking ugly half the time, as far as like the character models, the character designs, not so much like the detail and everything in there, where they take realism and they just say turn it into something negative when it could have been used for something good. And then you have all the scripted gameplay, fucking buggy and janky and shit like that, no quality control. And then, they just promote the game with all these Hollywood actors and actresses, all, so on and so forth. And they completely miss the point of why people play games to begin with. I don't give a fuck if Keanu Reeves in the game. I don't care if fucking Guillermo del Toro is in the game or Norma Reedus is in the game. I don't care about these how detailed the graphics are when I'm fucking walking 100 miles, to my next destination to deliver a fucking package because of globalism and because women told me to go over here and near and over there. That's what they completely missed the point of.
Let me also make another point, right? Because look at how many games have come out, right? Look at all the series that you love, and notice a pattern. Notice a pattern, right? Witcher, replaced by a woman. Drake, Uncharted, replaced by a woman, both at the end of the game with his daughter, but also in the DLC where you play as Nadine. Why would you ever want to play as Nadine? But whatever. Last of Us, replaced by a woman. You see a connection here? Do you see a pattern? Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yotei, replaced by a woman.
Yeah,
so every game now series that you like, they are insistent that you play as a woman. Even in Spider-Man, hey, I know you pay to play Spider-Man, but what if we had you walk slowly as Mary Jane and hide from goons? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's really what's happening in gaming. A lot of that is, like a lot of it is just clearly meant to take the things you like and hijack them. Even Arkham, when you take Arkham Knight, the way it ended, and then you play, if you liked Suicide Squad, which I don't think anyone here does, the main character in that game is clearly Harley Quinn. Like the whole squad are the main characters, but it's clear that Harley Quinn is the center of that show. So even by proxy, Harley Quinn is a replacement for Arkham Batman. She literally kills him in the game, right? Mm-hmm. So
I'm following you.
When you play all these games, you have to understand that like that's like people talk about like replacing and shit like that. Like in gaming, it's clear that they're trying to make it as gynocentric as possible, as female as possible. They want to try to forcibly shift the fan base to be conditioned to want something that they don't really want. Even the director of Spider-Man said that, whatever his fucking name is. I don't know. So there's a lot of things going on. I think that's also like a major part of it. And I think that because they have that hubris, Saints Row, the main character is canonically female. While usually it was like the main character was supposed to be, the black dude, the default black dude is usually the main character. But the default in not Uncharted, Saints Row, what was it called? Saints Row, the last one that came out, the reboot, whatever. It was just called Saints Row, right?
Yeah.
It was very woke.
It was very woke, but the main default character is a woman. She's a woman. Like, they basically made the default a woman. So in the end of the day, that's what they're doing, bro. And like, it's so obvious. That's why going back to those eras, like we can all agree that this current gen is far from the best era. At the very least, whichever one you think is the best, it's definitely not this one.
Oh, come on. I mean, think about it. You go on GOG right now, play all the games back then and now, and you can pirate if you want. Luffy, those ROMs and emulators.
But that's different. You're playing the past, bro. That's not the current gen. The current gen out now.
Well, to be fair, I did come up with a creative answer out of the box, as you would say. I mean, if you want, I'll give you an actual answer. I'll say that'll be the PS2 generation.
Okay, that's not a bad choice, bro. I side with that to a degree. Yeah. Also, I want to say Tasty Z mentioned Alan Woke was also replaced by a female as well. Another good point.
Yeah, so. Of course. The white male has to be replaced by a black woman always.
Same thing
with gingers. They get it too.
Yeah. What gets me the most about it all is the cognitive dissonance people do. Like even people that are generally like not even like political, just the way that they're willing to turn off their like brains, their pattern recognition, their ability to see a pattern, like they're, and like, honestly, I feel kind of like crazy saying this, but pattern recognition is highly tied to IQ, like IQ is just basically your ability to solve patterns, to see patterns and solve problems intuitively. And if you see a clear pattern and your brain just doesn't like register it, I hate to say it, but that's low IQ behavior. I ain't gonna say no one's low IQ, but that makes me like question, like, I make the comparison, right? Like if we're in a forest, right, and you see a cave and it's like bloody claw marks everywhere, and I'm like walking in there and I'm like, bro, there's a dead body here and there's claw marks on that cave and we're in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's probably a bear in there. He's like, well, how you know there's a bear in there, bro? Like, how you know? I'm like, there's claw marks on this guy's chest. There's blood everywhere. No, but bro, that could be anything. We don't know how old the blood is. How you know a bear is in there? And then I'm like, and then that's the guy that goes in the cave. That's the guy that like, it's like, no, man, don't worry about it. That's the guy, that's what you're dealing with. Like, that's why it actually scares me to be able to be so dissonant with something where you like turn off your ability to rationally think that much because you don't want to appear a certain way. You don't want to be called names or appear as intolerant. That you would say those things, you would turn off your brain, putting yourself in danger is highly like unnerving to me. It's very, very creepy.
So worried about they're so worried about looking like a right-wing chud on the internet to their little like internet buddies instead of actually acknowledging what's right in front of them.
And that's so dangerous, though.
So
It's
they rather
dangerous.
play dumb and act like it's not there when they know damn well it's there. Like it's clear as day. Like they're not even making it like a secret anymore. Like they're full on out doing it. And they have been. Even when you take so many different examples people have used. Even people are using it now, like Madar, we mentioned about with Wolfenstein.
Yeah, Wolfenstein.
They
I forgot
did
about
in the second
Wolfenstein.
one.
Yeah, the second one was woke as fuck. The second,
what I'm saying,
the second Wolfenstein is by far to me the most woke game of all time. Even more because Dustborn is on the nose and it's pretty woke, but Wolfenstein is fucking woke, bro. Like that Wolfenstein 2 is really woke. Like the fact that you can even put that I had to debate whether Dustborn is more woke than that or not is fucking crazy, bro. Because Dustborn's borderline a parody, like in my opinion.
Well, also keep in mind that Dustborn came out years after Wolfenstein 2,
Yes.
whatever the fuck it was called, and also years after plenty of other games were already coming out that were obviously woke.
And to be clear, the third Wolfenstein game is the one where he was replaced by his daughters. It was the third game. It wasn't that one. So
the RPG shit. Is that what it was?
It was like pretty much like a fake ass Borderlands kind of RPG shooter. Yeah, pretty much. One of them was like, yeah. What did you say? Nathan? My bad.
It was a terrible idea. It really was. Yes, I want this guy from Texas to go out there and beat all the Nazis. Yes, we must send 2 women in. No, that's not the game plan.
Talk about you're really fumbling on that. And you know what's crazy about Wolfenstein? Mm-hmm. Wolfenstein 1. So I was playing it because I was you guys obviously tuned into my stream, so I've been streaming kind of random games, and I've been playing a lot of RE. And I was thinking, maybe I'll stream. Yeah, who knows? I was thinking maybe I'll play Wolfenstein 1 because I remember the gameplay being really fun. And then I was playing it again. I'm like, this game is also woke as fucking shit. Like I was wrong when I thought that the first game wasn't woke like that. Then I played it. I'm like, bro, even this game is fucking woke. It's not. To be fair, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as the second game. It's not as on the nose, but it's fucking woke, bro. It's clearly far liberal writing in that game. So even the first Machine Games Wolfenstein is not free of social politics. Obviously, it still has bullshit. I remember there was a scene where, what was Blazkowicz's wife name again?
Anya, I think.
Anya. Yes. That was Yuzino, right? Yeah. Thanks. So it was Anya, and I remember there's a conversation where Anya is talking to the wheelchair lady. Again, you got the leader of the resistance is a woman in a wheelchair, with a fucking pixie cut. I mean, come on, bro. It's I didn't notice it back then because I didn't think about it, but come on. But anyway, so they're talking, and then she's saying, Anya's kind of portrayed as a nurse and kind of a house more traditional values woman. Then all of a sudden she starts spurting off, well, I have this many degrees. I graduated top of my class. I'm a prodigy who finished university at a super young age, or just spouting off her girl boss accomplishments. And back then I didn't think much about it. But now that I'm obviously I was already alert to it back then, but now that it's ramped up so much, it's amazing how that went under my radar. You get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I get
then you're in fucking Berlin and you got a fake ass Jimi Hendrix as part of the resistance. I'm like, bro, how is this guy in Berlin in a 1960s pretty much 1960s Berlin in a world that's controlled by Nazis? How is he even in this fucking country?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I'm like, how is he here, bro? You could say, if they were to say, he came there because he wanted to kill Nazis, I would at least take that as an explanation, but he's just there. He just somehow was living in Berlin in 1960s as a black man in Berlin entirely controlled by Nazis. Come on, bro. I don't know, bro. It's just that it's crazy to think about, retroactively, because even when I remember that game, I remember it being fun and, whatever. And Nazis are the bad guys in the game, whatever, you kill them. No big deal. There's going to be a little bit of social narrative because they're going to play up the Nazi shit. Obviously, you're Nazis, but there's so many social narratives in that game that I was holy shit, pretty crazy. So, Zeno, what are your thoughts, man?
My thoughts are my favorite generation. Now, if I was being objective, I should probably say, early 2000s, sort of PS2, PC. But I grew up with the PS3. I mean, I didn't grow up with an Xbox, but that generation of games, I did have a PC. So, grew up with the likes of Spider-Man, Shattered Dimensions, probably the best generation of Call of Duty, all those, and I've of course gone back and I've played the Halo games, for example. Wonderful. That I would say there was a level of purity you don't see with that generation you do anymore. And yes, there was a lot of woke shit in that generation. There was a lot of bad patterns that were started. There was a lot of
DLC.
yeah. DLC. The fact that every game was turned into a Call of Duty shooter, essentially. Linear.
DRM. Piss yellow filter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, despite all of that, I have found a level of purity within that generation. And even though there are a lot of games like that, but for every Shattered Dimensions and every, Deus Ex Human Revolution, yeah, you had like 10 piss filter shooters. But there, again, just something magical about the likes of a game like Killzone or Prototype or Halo 3.
Mm-hmm.
Can I steal man a little bit for you here?
Yeah.
I love that generation. I think that generation is amazing as well because you had Metal Gear Rising.
True.
I liked Metal Gear 4, even though obviously it has its flaws. I like Metal Gear 4. You had Max Payne 3. I love Max Payne 3. Like that generation, you had GTA 4 on there. There's a lot of good games on there, man. There's a shit. You had Dead Space in that generation. You had Gears of War. So I love Killzone as well. So I agree with you. There were a ton of good games on there. And like, let's not pretend there weren't any bad PS2 games because there were also a fuck ton of bad PS2 games, to be fair.
That's true too. Yeah.
So, but I don't like, I'm with you. We had Prototype 1 and 2. You had Infamous, the original Infamous game. So I'm with you, bro. The 360 game era was amazing, bro. I only edge out the PS2 because of like the overall scale of it is why like you said, like objectively you it's kind of easier to lean more toward PS2, but like by no means was the PS3 360 era bad. Like it had great fucking games on there. A ton of them.
Yeah, that was another great generation too.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
it probably was the last truly great generation because PS4 and Xbox One is really when a lot of the bullshit really started. I mean, the generation before that on 360 and PS3, you still had a lot of bullshit, like, with the DLC, DRM, online bullshit going on.
We should have never let that get normalized, bro. We should have never let that get normalized.
Were happening. I agree, yeah. A lot of people should have really been fighting for it. Like for me at the time, I wasn't, quite an adult yet at the time. So, but I think, people who were older than me at the time, I think should have been more vocal and more like aware of the ramifications that will have. Where I feel like, now you're seeing the long lasting effects of all that. Where now it's gotten even worse with the microtransactions, monetization, and all that, and how some of these games are made with like just so grindy. Always online type of game. Even if
that was the PS4 special. That was a PS4 special. Everything's a 100-hour RPG with like fucking no matter what game it was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Then even if it had like a mode where you can play offline, you still have to have the interconnection, or if it goes out or whatever. Like a lot of issues that spawned from the 360 and PS3 generation. Not entirely like from the beginning, but like I would say like towards the middle, like to the end, and then PS4 and Xbox One, like as far as like the games were concerned, it started off pretty well, but then over time it progressively gotten worse, where it became more of a rarity if you found like really good games, and then for all the woke shit going on. So it's like the woke shit was just another layer on top of like terrible decisions that were going on.
Well, that kind of like that kind of removed the last redeeming factor, because like the last redeeming factor was like, for example, like you played a game like whatever game on there is, I don't know, whatever, and like you're like, oh, the gameplay is actually fun here. The game actually looks good, and then boom, you have those two components, and then they slap you with a bunch of woke shit. Like I mentioned, Wolfenstein. Mm-hmm. Wolfenstein, those games are fun to play. They are fun to play. I'm not going to count New Blood because New Blood fucking sucks.
They are like gameplay wise, they're good, but like I can't stomach it because of the woke shit, you know? And it's kind of a shame because, you know, so many games had like even if the gameplay was or at least decent, you had gotten bombarded by like woke messaging. And then even by when I say the games are decent, I mean they're like average. Like they're not as good as past games, but they're like acceptable. They're like playable, you know? You know what I'm trying to say? Like they're at least at a playable level. And then you're like, all right, not so bad, and then boom, woke shit in your face, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, let me address what Retro Man had said, because I actually agree. It was something that I had noticed when I was watching Razor Fist. What does it call him? Retro Fist. Razor Fist. He seemed like he had like an issue with like Sony, and it kind of, I don't know if it has to do with because they were originally like very like based in Japan, and probably even now still holding a grudge because like they are rooted in Japan, even though, you know, like fucking retards, they decided to relocate. I mean, ship their location to headquarters to Los Angeles of all places, and make a lot of excuses for Xbox. I noticed when they're fucking just as terrible, even worse, I would say. And then, you know, like Retro Man said, like always talk shit about like the shovelware on there, even though with the PS2 generation, there's a lot of good games on there. So I wouldn't even say like a lot of them had.
But you had
shovelware
chaff
like
to get
that.
to the. You had to get to the wheat, right? Like if the more wheat you have, there's probably going to be a lot more chaff.
Yeah,
That's
And
kind of
then-
like
and then
given.
Yeah, then apparently, I guess he bought a Switch too. You know, guess he wants to contribute to Nintendo's fuckery.
He likes paying $80 for 360 games, bro. That's what he wants.
much, yeah.
He wants to pay
Yeah.
$80 for a game that looks like a 360 game that runs at 30 frames, bro.
Like,
That's what he wants.
I get guys like him. Want to stick to primarily about politics, but as far as gaming, maybe you should just like not bother talking about it, because I think he just kind of checked out of giving a fuck about talking about the issues going on in gaming, and now he's just contributing to the issues with gaming. Where
he's a
you kind of lose you lose any real appeal that you had as far as your commentary goes for gaming, because all that shit goes out the window when you start making dumbass decisions like buying a Switch 2. I'm sure he's gonna make excuses about that, and then having like you. I know what you're gonna say about him having a lot of bad takes about games when.
Yeah.
Fucking, if you see some of the games he streams or likes or talks about or fucking tries to recommend, it's like, you know, a lot of them fucking suck. A lot of them aren't that good, if we're gonna be honest.
And well, look, you got to understand about Razor Fist.
It's just you know, him trying to be a contrarian.
That's what I was gonna say. That Razor Fist, first and primarily, is a contrarian. He had like a 20-minute, well, I don't know how long the video was, talking about why he doesn't like Batman, and it really chalked up to the Shadow. He's not the Shadow, and the Shadow, he's a more popular character than the Shadow. That was his argument. That was Razor Fist's argument in a nutshell. You know, like I'm not saying he has to like the character. I'm just saying that he above all else is a contrarian, bro.
Definitely.
Above all else. So as long as if you're rooted in, like, because even I would argue being a contrarian is an ideology, whether it's a conscious ideology or not. It is indeed like a method of how a worldview. It is a worldview, right? Mm-hmm. And everything that he fucking says just tells me he's a contrarian. Like his gaming takes are horrible. You know, if something is notice that. You know, some people are like that, right? Like, a lot of popular things are like completely like fucking like commercialized trash and like government sponsored bullshit, whatever. But like also when something is objectively good, it's just going to be popular. You know, sometimes when you have something that's so good, it's just going to be popular, bro. And like, I feel like a guy like Razor Fist, from what I've seen from him, he'll go out of his way to just play the contrarian because it's like something inside him must go against the grain. And I think that needing to go against the grain, no matter what, is kind of a weakness. You know, I consider that a weakness, honestly, because it means you can't be objective. You know, you're compromised. It means that like something cannot be. If something is good, but it reaches a point where it's too popular for your liking, and you're gonna like push against it because of that, I feel like I can't trust your opinion at all.
So I never watched Razorfist like that. I've seen videos of him. I'm not a fan of his at all. I've never been a fan of his. I always found him to be pretty pretentious. But I will say that, you know, there is a level of like his need to be a contrarian. I mean, remember he fucking dogpiled with Melanie Mack on that shit of the Christian grift that they did. You know, where like, so I mean, you know, I don't know how anyone could take him seriously anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You know, Retro did also kind of make a good point without even actually trying to. You know how he said that Razer hated, you know, PS2 emulation, or not PS2 emulation, but like the PS2 for shovelware, and yet bought a Switch. There's one other aspect of the equation that a lot of people don't ever really truly put into the equation, and that is the audience. Don't get me wrong. A lot of the devs who are responsible for putting out these shitty practices and shitty games, they are responsible, but who keeps enabling them? These large normie audiences, you know. Look at the likes of Red Dead 2, for example, or even the first one. You know, not to sound like a contrarian here, but I would say those are vastly overrated games. But why were they so popular? Because they had people who just said they were 10 out of 10s, you know, and instead of being objective or fair, they just gobbled glazed and gobbled on that knob and just kept going with it. Same for Call of Duty. And hell, I even like Call of Duty to a degree. It's not a 10 out of 10 by any stretch, but it is passable. But the reason why we keep getting more of these Call of Duties, they keep dumbing down on the woke shit.
Well, they make money.
Yeah, exactly. They have these audience. Yeah, they have these massive audience of retards who, because they don't. It's the fear of missing out thing. It's technically, if I remember correctly, it is a sort of woman behavior thing where, you know, they need to be part of a.
It's agreeability. It's agreeability to fit in with social norms for their survival. It's a subconscious thing. I know of it, you know.
Yep.
And when you hit the nail right on the fucking head, bro, because that's pretty much what I was alluding to earlier with like, because that what you just explained is the same logic of this game's not woke because I like the graphics, right? Mm-hmm. This game's not woke because it's the new game that I want to play. You know, this it's okay if they're charging $80 because I play every Mario Kart. I always play Mario Kart. That's the same. It's kind of like the same mentality, just taking different faces, right? That's the same mentality as, oh, I know this movie is going to be fucking trash, but I always watch Predator. I always watch the Predator movies, so I'm going to watch Prey and make my own judgment. I know it looks like it's going to be fucking woke trash, but I'm going to watch it anyway. I don't know if it's woke trash. I need that excuse in my brain so that when it turns out to be what I know it is, I have that excuse. Well, I gave it a chance. You know, I gave it a try. You also see that with comments, right? How do you know the game's woke? You never played it. You know, like, or like you even see YouTubers that talk against this stuff. They'll actually buy and play those games because they want the views for playing. I'm like, bro, you're supporting the game. It doesn't matter if you're talking about it or not. Like, granted, there are some big channels that talk about them and it does kind of expose them. There is a value to that, but you have it's like, bro, you have 1,000 subscribers. You have 5,000 subscribers. All you're doing by playing this is supporting the company. Those 500 people watching you is not going to make a fucking factor in, no offense to that person, but it's not going to make a big deal in like, whether people know it's woke or not, bro. They're not watching. Exactly. You are the small end of that audience. You are the back end of that.
The way I look at that is that they're trying to be in that crowd of people like, oh, I played the woke game, so I can tell you that it's woke or whatever. When it's like, you know, no offense to them, like you're not on that level where like you could influence anyone. Even if I was to do it, like I'm not. Who am I kidding myself? If I was to do that, like I'm not going to convince like a significant amount of people not to buy this game just because I chose to play it and stream it or whatever. I'm better off just doing what I keep doing. That is expose the game without even supporting it or even playing it
exactly
in any way, shape, or form. They're not going to get my money. They're not going to get my time.
And yeah, those same 1,000 people, 3,000 people might watch you and like see what you're saying about it. But at least while you're putting out your message, you're also not supporting the game. Right. And also, like, for example, like Zeno and Nathan. Mm-hmm. When you guys have seen Ghost of Yote's trailer, did you say in your mind, I have to play this to know it's woke?
Fuck no.
Did you say in your brain like, oh, if I don't fucking play this, how am I gonna know it's woke? Or let me watch this fucking cookie crumb YouTuber with 1,000 subs talk about it so I know it's not woke. You know, I'm not trying to shit on them because, you know, we all have to grow. I'm not like, the point is not that they're small. It's just the fact that like, because my channel's not big either, but like it's just the fact that like, it's clear to me that you just want to talk, you just want to play the game. You also have the fear of missing out, and you want the excuse that you're calling.
You just don't want to admit it.
You don't want to, like for example, you just want to play Spider-Man 2 for yourself for whatever reason, and you talking about the wokeness is just a byproduct of you wanting to play the game. And like, of course, everyone should do what they want, but I feel like there's like a level of dishonesty there too, because come on, bro. Like, do you have to play Kingdom Come Deliverance? Like, do you have to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to know that there's a black Muslim in 1400 fucking Bohemia is probably probably a little woke in what's supposed to be a real world lore accurate game, like historically accurate game.
Right, yeah, like that game, man, that I'll still say this because it's always will be true. That exposed so many people. Whether they're bigger channels or small channels, like the people that, claim they're against all the woke shit and shit like that, like that game exposed so many people. I'll bring up a name, for example. You know that guy who made the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected website? I think it changes to DEI Detected, Cabrutus.
Cabrutus, yeah.
Yeah, he fucking said like, after checking out the game or watching streams or whatever, it is not going to be on the DEI Detected page because it's not woke or whatever. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
And by the way, the thing about Cabrutus is that Cabrutus is not like I don't think he's a bad guy or anything, but why is he all of a sudden the arbiter of what's woke or not?
Right.
Like before Cabrutus even did that Sweet Baby Inc. list.
These people fucking get popular for one thing, and now everyone's like propping them up like the messiah of this particular topic.
But the thing is, people were talking about these woke games of Sweet Baby Inc. long before him. He made a website like compiling a list. Like literally, you don't even need to do that because you can, like, for example, if I saw the Wolverine trailer, I don't have to know Sweet Baby Inc.'s involved to know that they're involved. Like, again, it's kind of scary to me that you need this person to be an arbiter for you to tell you what's woke or not. It's like, bro, just look at it, bro. Just look at what you're seeing on screen. Just use your brain.
Age of Elgar. You don't need people to fucking tell you, what it is. You can tell what it is. Like, even BioWare had a history long before that game was even announced that they were going to do some dumb shit and that they've been doing a bunch of woke shit. Like, companies fucking eat like fucking a husk of his former self. So it's like you didn't have to listen to anyone, really. You didn't have to listen to me, whoever, to fucking know what it is. But a lot
you
of
should make up your own mind.
Yeah, exactly.
You should make up your own mind. But also, I want to say that you have to remember people also have limited knowledge bases. For example, with Cabrutus, with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I'll use that for example. If you don't know shit about 1400s Bohemia, if you don't know shit about history, and you see him there, it being woke will go over your head because you'll just say, "Oh, these are ancient times. Of course, there were African princes, kings, and shit like that. So of course they could meet up. Why couldn't?" But if you actually know history, you will know that that's fucking completely BS. If you know the way people were treated, you would know that being gay or openly gay in fucking the 1400s was pretty much a death sentence for you. Mm-hmm. So the fact is that even the people talking about the woke shit have a limited base of knowledge. If you have a limited base of knowledge, you cannot be an arbiter, right? Like there's a reason why you had historians in history that were like, all they did all fucking day was collect information and knowledge because they had to be knowledgeable to make certain decisions and make certain assessments of a situation. If you lack certain knowledge bases, you won't be able to do that efficiently. And for a guy like Cabrutus, I strongly doubt that he knows shit about 1400s Bohemia, about history, world global history. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's not like a history guy. So to say that the game's not woke when you have a black Muslim in 1400s Bohemia, right? Mm-hmm. And then preaching about fucking social justice shit, calling his culture brutal, calling Henry's culture brutal and regressive when the Malis were fucking trafficking women by the fucking thousands across the desert, right? Like their own people as like slaves and shit. Like, is insane to me. But the fact that someone could sit there and say that without that knowledge base is why, like I said, these people are not the arbiters. I am not the arbiter. Revenant's not the arbiter. We can only give our opinion. But for somebody to be propped up and be sitting in a chair and saying, "Hey, I'm the guy who decides what's woke or not. I'm the person who says, yes, this is DEI, this isn't DEI." Because again, There are people that they don't have the sense or have the pattern recognition to even know what's going on. They only know what's going on through their limited worldview, their narrow worldview of what they know, right? It's easy to see Kratos being talked down to by his wife as woke, but to like, you know, be able to identify something else, like whether, you know, it's a historical thing or like, you know, a cultural thing that is beyond your knowledge set, you really can't say whether it's woke or not unless you have that.
Ubellion, the thing with the DEI, I think it just, the DEI list website or Steam page, whatever the fuck it was that he has, I think once he changed it to DEI detected, it didn't matter whether or not it had a consulting firm involved or not. It was just the fact that whether or not if the game had any DEI in it. So, because even in his own words, from remember what I saw, I mean, I wasn't following him when I saw it. I only saw it because, you know, it was related to some people that I guess that I followed that followed him. But yeah, he had said that there was no DEI in it, you know, it's not woke or whatever. So he made no mention of whether or not if it was a consulting firm or not. So I don't think it had anything to do with whether or not the consulting firm was involved or not. But even if there was or wasn't, the game is woke. Clearly is. It should have been on that list. If he's going to put games on a list, doesn't matter whether or not if he's interested in the game or not, put on the list, because at least have some fucking integrity. If you're going to do that, if you want to be the arbiter of whatever the fuck, you want to maintain your status as like the guy who made this particular Steam page or a group page or whatever, then stick to what you sought out to do. Then doesn't matter whether if you like the game or if it interests you, or if you're a little circle jerk of fake anti-woke YouTubers now are claiming that the game is good and that there's no issues like all these other people were doing.
Let me address a comment too. Supertron says some people think you have to play a game to know if it's woke, since the trailers often hide most of the woke content. Remember that Spider-Man 2 trailer? But remember, in the Spider-Man 2 trailer, we saw what Mary Jane looked like, bro. That should have been enough to tell you what was going to happen. Like, yeah, Mary Jane was in those trailers. Like, you guys remember Zeno and Nathan, you guys remember those trailers, bro?
Yeah, I saw that man girl. I already knew.
Once I saw Miles, once I knew that Miles was going to be like the alternate player character in the game, that off the bat, and then plus Mary Jane, I was like, all right, we know what's up. So I think even that trailer, Last of Us 2, I mean, no matter how much they try to hide Joel's death, for example, the trailer still showed Ellie and her fucking lesbian girlfriend like making out and shit and like getting ready, you know, like I don't feel like, I don't really feel like that's true. I feel like, yeah, they hide things sometimes, like some games they do hide it in for sure. And I agree with that. But I think most of the time you can pretty much tell. You can just tell, honestly. Some games are sneaky. Some games are sneaky. I'm not trying to dismiss your point because there are games that do it. But then by that metric, why listen to a reviewer talk about it? See, what I would do is I would just watch somebody play the game, somebody who maybe they don't have a political interest, because I have the pattern recognition to see for myself whether it's woke or not. If they're playing the game, like, and it shows them like, you know, they're doing a walkthrough or playthrough, and I'm interested in the game, and then I see something in the game I don't like, that's enough for me to say, wait, okay, I caught that. I don't need the person making the video to tell me whether it's woke or not. And I think that's the major like thing. But they do hide it sometimes. They do. But most of the AAA slop, you can pretty much see it a mile away. I don't think anyone in the know knew Spider-Man 2 wasn't going to be woke trash, bro.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously when you had Manly Jawline and Peter Darker being like the 2/3 of the main stars, of course, obviously, it's going to be woke. But then again, most Sony trailers I can hardly remember because all of them are just over the shoulder, them walking down a hallway or some shit.
Wait. So you're telling me, Zeno, that Miles defeating Venom, reviving reviving dead Harry, and saving Spider-Man with his Jesus powers isn't woke? Is woke?
No,
it's woke.
No,
you're telling me it's woke. It's woke.
Yeah, it is woke. No, I'm not.
I wouldn't have known if you told me. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that was woke.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
when Spider-Man's villain Venom was defeated by not Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man like needed Miles to save him from his corruption, you know, like that was woke. You're saying?
Oh yeah. See, here's the thing.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, well, here's the thing with a lot of these, with these people that do like the critical drinkers and whatnot. All they do is they see black man or woman, right? They just end the story right there. They don't look deeper. Take games like BioShock or Last of Us 2, for example. Those entire games were made by people who are making allegories to pretty much Jewish identity. Last of Us Part 2 was an allegory of Israel versus Palestine. BioSlop was an allegory. Was Ken Levine's sort of almost sort of weird little out where he pretty much said, these are like Jewish behaviors and whatnot. That's not something a lot of these people are going to pick up on. People like you and me, we can see it, we can pick up on it. But because these people either don't have the pattern recognition or the knowledge of these cultures and histories, they're not going to see it. They're not going to know that Cohen in BioShock was an allegory for a rabbi who sexually abuses young boys and shit. They're not going to pick up on that. They're just going to see him. Oh, it's like Condemned. He's like a serial killer in Condemned. When these people play Last of Us Part 2, they're going to see Abby and be like, oh, it's a weird she-male. They're not going to pick up on the fact that you can't pull your gun out and shoot anything in the synagogue, or a lot of what's his name, Chris. Oh shit, what was his name again? The guy not Chris Stuckman. Neil Cuckman. Thank you. Yeah, Neil Cuckman.
Neil Cuckman. Yeah, Neil Cuckman.
Yeah, Neil Cuckman. Yeah, it's ingrained in my brain. I can't say his name properly anymore. Neil Cuckman going like, oh well, I grew up in this in Israel and whatnot. So even though he's an ASMED agent, if you know what I mean, nobody's gonna ever pick up on that. So that's the thing. A lot of these people are either too purposefully ignorant or just too retarded that they're not going to pick up on it. The critical drinkers of the world, they're just going to be like, oh, look, see, it's a woman. It's a black woman. They're not going to look deeper than that. It's skin deep, surface level observations. Nothing, not even true pattern recognition, because people like that also ran Dick Sucking Factory for God of War Ragnarok. So
yeah, that game. I don't know how Ragnarok, bro. God, I call it God of a Boy of War Ragnarok, because I do not know how the fuck people played that game and were like, this is definitely like, there's no agenda here, When what's her name again? What's her name
Freya.
again? Freya. When Freya tells Odin, "Kneel before your queen," that wasn't woke. That wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't. That didn't
Went
even
from Kratos to Kratos.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
How about that voice delivery though? That was terrible. That wasn't even a cool delivery.
kneel before your queen.
So
Kneel
funny.
before your queen.
I didn't like
That's so funny.
Atreus. I didn't like Atreus in that game. He was talking to his dad too much.
Yeah. If that was actual Kratos would have bitch slapped him. We would have gone from playing Goy of Snore Ragnarok to God of War Ragnarok. Had he bitch slapped and beat the shit out of him. But no, because the whole point was to fucking neuter Kratos.
Well, Kratos' his wife. Remember, he lifts logs like a good boy. Good boy,
Oh, yeah.
Kratos. Good boy, lifting logs for your wife.
Yep, that's exactly, because Kratos, the guy who is literally a tragic, he is a tragedy character. He is a tragic hero.
But
right?
he's basically a Greek. He's like an original Greek tragedy character, pretty much.
Exactly. Yeah, the guy who pretty much, to a degree, started all of his problems, because he made that deal with Ares. He went down the warpath. Essentially, he turned this strong masculine character who, he did do a lot of fucked up shit, but to a degree it was justified. These were often in response to them going after him. So, like to have him neutered down and not have that rage or fire that he has, but oh look, see, he dejaws a demon dog, like that is nothing compared. He threw a woman in a fucking machine one time to make it fucking to keep a door open.
Kratos was supposed. The whole story of Kratos is that he had like a form of masculinity that was dangerous. He had like dark Machiavellian masculinity, and then over the course of the games, he kind of like adopts more like a heroic masculinity. That's why in God of War 3, that's where he like really started to turn around, But even then, he wasn't like it. Like him becoming more of like a heroic character, or somebody more willing to make better decisions for atonement, was not done from a lens of weakness. It wasn't like he was like a he wasn't like his, like you said, his fire wasn't mellowing out. It was just shifting toward a different like direction, being more heroic, being somebody who's a little bit more selfless.
Because even at the end of God of War 3, when he looks around the world and sees that he destroyed it. Yeah, the gods forced him to kill them, but he pretty much destroyed the Greek world. And when he did so, he expressed regret because, I always feel like a good man is not somebody who is just like aggressive and like just Machiavellian, right? But it's also not a weak person who's just sheepish and doesn't have any more because a weak person, their morality is not strong because their morality can be taken away by force. Meaning that if you intimidate them, you can get them to bow to your whim. That's not a good person. And if you have, for example, if I think something is good and then like a group can gang up on me and bully me into submission, then I'm not really good, right? I'm like, there's a lot of layers to that.
Oh yeah.
But or like the other thing where like I'm nice to people because I'm afraid of conflict. Am I really good or am I a coward, right? So to me, a strong man is a person who knows what's right and they act despite it. And sometimes that means making like a choice that's not popular and not necessarily collectively seen as right because it's the right thing to do. Like, even though it's kind of cheesy, the Dark Knight when Batman makes sacrifices that other characters can't do because he's Batman, oh, I'm the bad guy, come after me, right? It's kind of wrong, but he can make that choice because it's the right thing to do. That's what a good man does. A good man makes the right choices and does things because they're good and not because, he does those things because they're good, even if, it can make him seem like the bad guy, that's what masculinity is. It's like somebody does something wrong and you can use force to stop them, to protect yourself and protect people. Like ultimately that's what it is. And I think that's really what counts in the end. And softening up Kratos, making him submissive doesn't necessarily make him a better or more morally right character. It just makes him weaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's part of the thing. So a lot of these writers, they're communist collectivists. They hate the idea because they also value their own security and safety over freedom and anything of that caliber. That's why they go and hijack all these franchises, like what they did with Kratos, like what Insomniac did to Spider-Man, like what they did to Indiana Jones, Luke Skywalker. The fucking list is damn near endless at this point. The whole point is to break them down so that well, in their eyes, the golems, the people who play these games, whatnot, they break down with it. They consume it. It becomes kind of ingrained with them to a degree, and once they want to keep producing that pattern, they want to keep repeating that pattern again over and over to encourage.
There's a saying, to interrupt you there for a second. There's a saying, and I actually, this is what I believe. I'm giving you my personal philosophy. Everyone here, including you, Zeno, including Revenant, Nathan, everyone in the comments, we're always being programmed by the world around us, whether we like it or not. What I mean by that is you're constantly exposed to things and you're gonna absorb it. And the only choice you have as a human is trying to control what you absorb and control what programs you. So meaning that by avoiding that slop, you can avoid it from seeping into your mind and running course through your brain. Because even if you don't agree with it, if you just accept it long enough, it'll become normal, right? Example, AI bullshit. The more people accept it, the more normalized they'll become. So even people that are against it saying, well, whatever, I don't care, whatever, I don't care. Eventually it becomes normalized and now they're the ones who are like going crazy with it, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like what happens. Like, let me put it this way, because I study memory, right? I have like a memory, I like study like memory, whatever. Mm-hmm. Not the point. We remember things by association. Everything that you see in the world, you don't have an active memory of it, but like 90% of it you absorb and it's retained. It's actually retained. You just need a trigger to bring that memory back up. That's why, like, even if you think that you've forgotten something, all it takes is one thing, one smell, one face, one whatever, and it'll boom, like, you'll redraw that memory in your mind. That's how memory works. So when you're playing these games, when you're seeing woke stuff or whatever, when they're putting in every movie, every channel, you're seeing it all over the news, it gets normalized in society, it seeps into your brain, and whether you like it or not, it's sitting there, it's resonating there, like it's in your brain now, so all you can do is control what you're letting program you, who you're watching, what game you're playing, what movies you're watching, what media you're engaging with, who you're listening to. If you don't strongly curate that, you're pretty much fucked. You're pretty much fucked, honestly. And that's most people because they're on autopilot.
Oh yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah, a lot of normies.
So
Yeah.
Let's switch the panel. But before I do, just to reiterate, Zeno, you said your favorite generation was PS3.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Nathan? I forgot. Sorry.
It's the PS2 generation, man. The GameCube and everything.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
cool.
look. Let's be real. I know I had to throw the joke answer in just to mess with you guys. You know, I like you guys a lot. You know, I love this show. You know, I gotta. You know, to be a recurring guest. Of course, sometimes I gotta make spice it up a little. That's all.
Yeah, of course.
Sweet.
Of course.
Sweet. Yeah, I agree. Keep it fresh. Keep it exciting.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
what we do.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, it was great having you both of you guys on again.
Mhm.
Of course,
Yeah.
you're welcome to come back anytime. And I don't know if you guys want to give me an outro real quick.
I went
Yeah.
first. I think Zeno should go first on the outro.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Well, I'm Xeno Chimera 2. I stream video games. I do toy reviews of all things, and I have aspirations to become a filmmaker and video game maker. So I've currently been trying to learn a lot of the necessary skills to make both of those a reality. So yeah, with that said, thanks to Revenant and Jinpachi for having me on their stream, and yeah, thank you to the audience for watching. You better you better hit that like and subscribe button, or else the Chosen will raise your interest rates by 35%. Oy vey.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, you know, all those tools are accessible now, and that's the best part about it. You know, we have access to the internet, knowledge, a bunch of like tools and programs. So I wish you luck, bro. Good luck with your projects.
Yeah.
And thanks for coming on.
Oh yeah.
All right, so
thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it.
for sure, no problem, bro. So all right, let's get some other people on here.
Oh, do I get to my outro?
Oh, Nathan has to give his.
Oh yeah, for sure, Nathan.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
bad. Go
you
ahead.
forgive me now? Oh,
You
okay.
have to get about him.
No, you're good. I'm good.
See,
Listen,
this is what happens. It's like he'll remember you when he needs your help.
yeah, I know, right?
When he needs the goat Nathan, the human guide Nathan, and then when he's on here, he's like, get him out of here.
Yeah, I know, right? It's such a
No, I'm
tragedy.
joking.
I know. We're
Put
good.
some respect on Nathan.
Yeah, I appreciate being on here. I really love being a guest host on here. I do hope I can come back on next time, and I hope the chat is happy and satisfied. I do hope the next panel guests a good luck on your show.
Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you coming on again, and
For sure.
definitely have you on again next time.
Yep, I look forward to it. All right, bye guys.
See ya. All right, so let's get everyone. Who else is in the back of Revenant?
We got Tasty Z, Marty Kusanagi, Royce Rain, and Retroman and Frost Baron.
Okay, let's get Retroman and Frost Baron on here because Frost Baron did. He came at the end last time. I don't think he got to say much. And let's get them on here. Who else was there? Royce. So let's get them two.
Yeah, and Tasty Z.
So let's get them on here, and Royce, and then we'll do the rest on the next cycle.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Hello, Retro Man. Nice to meet you, man.
Привет, как дела, мой друг?
What's up,
Привет, другарю.
Jinpachi?
Привет, народы. So, hello, Revenant. Hello, Jinpachi. Hello, Royce. Hello,
How are you,
chat.
man?
And hail,
Good.
Hydra. How you doing, folks?
Good.
It's been ups and downs. The best of times, the worst of times. How y'all been?
Good, just I'm glad I not buy Ghost of Yote because of
Soite.
Erika Ishii, piece of shit. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised, bro. I knew you wouldn't buy that game.
Hell no, man.
I knew you
They
wouldn't get it.
disrespected Jen Sakai, saying, "Oh, replacing Jen Sakai is a smart move." No, it's not. It's a dumb move.
Damn, what a sacrifice. Man on the Mountain says, "Hi folks, I stopped watching Ana de Armas pictures to be here." That's a big sacrifice, bro.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand your plight, man. Thanks for tuning in. So let's start with you, Royce. What is your favorite generation?
My favorite generation was the original Xbox and PS2 days. I had 2 consoles back in the day, you know? And I had Simpsons Hit and Run. I had Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, and all these games that I have right now in my room. I have a lot of games in my room. It's more than 10 games I have, by the way. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah. So what is your favorite games from the PS2 generation? The PS2 generation. You can mention GameCube or Xbox if you want.
I do. Simpsons Hit and Run, True Crime, New York City,
That's a good one.
and Los Angeles. What else? Oh yeah, there's Totally Exposed, The Driver 3, Driver Paralines, all these other original games that I have in GameCube, like Pokemon XD and Coliseum. Those are nostalgia I played, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
Man on the Mountain. There's no escaping the goy lesbian.
The fuck?
I think it's so funny that the acronym is GOY for that game. It just makes it so funny, bro.
How appropriate.
Oh my god.
But anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool, man. The PS2 was a great generation. I enjoyed it as well.
It was, you know.
Like
So many games
Beautiful
Yeah,
Joe.
It was legendary. Had a lot of great had a lot of great games on there.
Beautiful Joe was insane, bro. I loved the hell out of that game.
Oh yeah, there's another one. GTA Vice City Stories and Liberty City Stories were on PS2 back in the day.
Yeah, were they PS2 games? I thought they were only on PSP.
No, they were PS2 as well. They add them on PS2. I have in my room.
Oh, that's awesome, bro. I literally never have played the PS2 version ever. I only
It's probably similar.
Yeah,
It
I'm
is
sorry, I was
similar.
gonna say,
Yes, you play
It's a similar thing, probably what they did with Silent Hill Origins. That was on PSP,
Yeah.
but also came on PS2.
or like Revelations, right? Resident Evil Revelations was on the Vita.
Yeah, the 3DS, and then they no, it came on. It was on 3DS.
I'm
and
sorry,
then,
the 3D.
they
Yeah,
put on everything else.
yeah. And then Revelations
did.
2 was on the Vita. Actually, that one was on the Vita and
yeah,
consoles.
because you play as what
Yeah.
is it? Tommy
You're right.
Vercetti? No, not Tommy Vercetti. Victor Vance.
Victor
Lance
Vance, who looks completely different than he did in Vice City, by the way, which I always thought was funny as well.
Yeah, and number 3, you don't play Cloud. You play as
You just gotta ignore
Tony
that.
Tony Cipriani. Yeah, that's it. Salvatore Leone's top 2 guy.
Isn't it Tony Cipriani? Isn't it Cipriani?
Yeah.
Or is-
Yeah, the third one he was fat. This one he was skinny.
Yeah, it's like his prime. You know what? I could forgive that because you can argue that he completed it. You complete the game, he becomes a made man, and he becomes a lazy fat fuck. He's not in his prime anymore. But with Victor Vance, it's like literally he just transformed into another person.
Yeah, because he was in the army first, and he got
Supertron made a good point.
Gary
He said
Martinez.
the PS2 was great. The PS2 was great because had a lot of games based off classic movies like The Godfather, Scarface, and The Warriors. It's very true.
And that's true. And the thing, can't forget that one as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. The thing. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. They had some good back then. Movie tie-in games were they took them a little bit more seriously than they did later on.
Yeah.
I think because they definitely got movie tie-in games got worse over time. I think far worse. But Scarface was a hell of a game, man. I always remember that I unlocked the assassin chick, and she's pretty much dressed in some short ass pervy ass outfit. I'm like, how is this the assassin? This is 100%. 100% fan service, and it's completely tonally out of sync with Scarface, but I always got a kick out of it. You know what I'm talking about? The blue haired Asian chick you get, and she has I think she has a blue skirt and she has kind of a schoolgirl outfit on.
Oh God, yes.
You unlock her. And I'm like, bro, why is this his assassin? Why? Like, of all people, why this? I'm like, yeah, of course it's fan service.
Yup.
You have a grown ass woman assassin dressed like a schoolgirl because of reasons. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, that was back in the day. I already have Scarface. I already have Godfather 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So they're really good games. They don't make those games anymore. I have Saints Row, like all the Saints Row 1, 2, and the rest. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, Silas. Yeah, it's that's a good take, and also thanks for leaving a like, man. Glad you came in. Hope you feel better, bro.
Yup.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, Silas. Appreciate it. And yeah, I definitely agree with what he said too. Good points.
Yeah. Yeah, like look at Saints Row 1 and 2. They were the greatest game of all time. And they fumbled it to the woke, disgusting reboot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, bro, like honestly, I really think all the ESG and woke stuff just made things more tense between different groups, honestly. Like
Yeah.
all the work that was done in the 90s where people were like kind of like integrating better, where you had like people that like, were kind of being more accepting toward everything and whatever, and they just undid it by trying to shove everything down people's throats, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't remember like racial tensions and like shit and like certain tensions being so extreme as they are now, and that was like in the 90s, bro. So we've clearly have regressed as a society, I think.
No, we definitely have.
Blame the fake news
And,
media.
I think you can thank Barack Obama for that.
Yup, blame the fake news media, the deep state players,
Thanks, Obama.
George Soros, and all the evil deep state motherfuckers.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's just clear that it's clear that there's always an agenda. There's always an agenda, and like
it is.
Unfortunately,
it's ramped up over the years too.
But I hate to say it, bro, but we're all like we're pretty much in an experiment. We're in a cultural, social experiment, and the powers that be are like doing their machinations to try to guide us toward the direction that they want. It's like, you know how I look at it, and again, I'm not saying that humans are like at the same level of like mice or rats. I'm just using this as an example. You know how like a scientist, he'll cultivate like a culture of rats or mice to have a specific trait to do a specific thing, and they need them for like a certain purpose and like whatever their goal is. And the rats and mice are just living their lives, right? They're breeding, they're eating, food is suddenly there. They, have their babies develop the traits that the powers that be want. Like that's pretty much what they're doing to humans. They're just trying to guide us. Yep. Like you could say socially engineer us in a certain direction, and we're just part of that experiment. And because of the way society is set up, it's really difficult to escape that trap. That's why the best thing you can do is be alert and educate yourself and educate the people around you. Because I'm mentioning that because you mentioned the deep state, and I'm just saying that like, ultimately, like, I find that people all over the world, we have similar dreams and goals, and people want peaceful lives, or they want like. People just want to like be comfortable with their families, have food and stuff. And like, there's just so many things so many complicating factors that are like just completely like socially engineered, bro, by several groups. And that's what, like I said, that's what we're dealing with. And the reason why also, the other reason I bring it up is because gaming and entertainment is a proxy of that. If you spend most of your time that you're not working, watching entertainment, then of course, like that's the best time to psyop you when you're watching your entertainment. Because that's when you're like, just, you're relaxed, you're what's the word for it? Not droned out. Like you're like, your guard is down, you're relaxing, you're susceptible to like whatever's being put in front of you. And unfortunately, that's why you see all this stuff in media.
Yeah, look at the stupid, the stupid Kings rally happened. These people are millennial idiots. And here comes Harry Sisson retard talking crap. And Donald Trump put a meme, an airplane AI, poop on his face. I'm like, haha. Take that, fucking Harry Sisson fucktard. You fucking deserve it.
Yeah, Supertron says the government has been pushing propaganda for over a century. World War I, World War II, the Cold War, and the War on Terror. Bro, Supertron. They've been doing that for a long time. They've been doing it even before then. People have been being socially engineered since like the days of monarchies and shit like that. It's just that the mechanisms of how they would do it are just different. I agree with you, but it's been going on much longer than you think. I mean, like all you have to do is look at like history. Look at how things are justified. What is the lens that you justify doing whatever you do? If you say, for example, let's conquer this land because we need to bring God to them. We need to give them. We need to give them. We need to help the heathens, help these pagans learn about. We need to spread this to them, right? Whatever that may be.
You mean
Whatever
like
kind,
the Crusades?
like maybe like the Crusades, maybe like the Islam, so whatever it may be.
Yeah.
That's social engineering, bro. You convince people to conquer land, and then you said it was because of God. That's that's the definition of social engineering. I'm not saying whether you believe in God or not is like not, it's neither here nor there. I'm just giving you an example of how that would work pre like modern era, pre World War I. So all you have to do is convince a large majority of the population to think a certain way, and then you could justify bullshit, bro. That's it. That's really all it comes down to, and they've been doing that forever. And gaming and movies and stuff, that's just how they do it now, right? Because wars are not fought as much now with guns and artillery. They're fought first through information.
Yep. Exactly.
That's what it is. So.
Look what happened to EA, for example, people. Look at EA. They're bought by Saudis, and Jared Kushner was involved, and they bought him. And then here comes the freaking 2 senators get mad about it. Oh, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas retard, and Richard Blumenthal saying, "Oh my God, national security threat." Give me a fucking break.
And honestly, bro, all of that is just, everything that we've been dealing with has all been done to separate us from like nature, bro. Because the farther you get from nature, the more you get into like a technical society, you have to deal with more. You have to deal with the consequences of that. So, for example, like society now is highly artificial, right? Granted, like it's there are pluses, right? People eat, they have food, they have their homes, they have whatever. We have all these luxuries, but the other end of that is like traditional jobs are not as like prominent, right? Like you have farmers still, which is super important, but like people don't really live by the land anymore. So if you have something like, for example, AI that can replace people in technical fields that are like kind of in a way artificial to begin with, that's just a direct consequence of the society that we live in. That's like the evolution of that, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And
so,
what you're saying is right. And look at AI. AI was creating, I don't know, a freaking celebrity girl who's not even real. And look at the AI Sora that were making Martin Luther King and making him a WWE superstar. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. That's what, like I said, man, if you make a society that's artificial, you can't complain. You can't complain when you're replaced by an artificial thing. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's the cause and effect of it. And
yeah, I know.
I'm not saying we should all go back to living in mud huts. I'm just saying that we all have to just be alert of what's actually happening around us, like what we're actually dealing with in society, because it's not so simple. It's really not so black and white, right? Like gaming is just the shit that happens in gaming now that we complain about, like the entertainment that we want to be better is just a proxy of like bigger problems, like of bigger narratives,
Yeah.
So anyway,
Man the Melon, what he was saying about the PS1 generation, like how that was. But yeah, that was a big deal. That was pretty mind-boggling how like advanced everything was, not just like visually, but also like how games played and all that, like how like genres were like expanded on and just advanced over the years. Like it was pretty crazy. Definitely was, because obviously the generation before then, more primitive to what ended up being the
Super Nintendo to N64
or Super Nintendo.
That's a big jump. That's a big jump. Super Nintendo to 64 is a huge jump, bro. Like that jump was massive. Like that was probably the biggest jump in gaming, I think, personally.
Yep. And not only that, there was GameCube as well. They've been advanced to what? To Switch 1 and 2 now these days?
Bro, let's put it this way. CGI in Hollywood was still mad primitive. It was super primitive. And then in games you had like fringe like technology, because gaming, like 3D graphics in games was like super fringe at that time, man. Like CGI was still ass in movies with all that budget, and yet we were sitting there playing games that like were in 3-dimensional worlds, and like it was insane, bro. That was a really big jump.
Yes, it was.
So, Retroman, what do you think what is your favorite generation?
It's not gonna be entirely original, but I think it has to be the PS1 era. And here's the thing. First of all, back at the day, they were still going into different genres, yet not coalescing to the same open world action RPG roguelite thing. We had diversity of genres, like we had more niche things, like from I don't know, Tenchu to Parappa the Rapper. So that's one thing. It's too homogenous right now. Second of all, like we used to have more like a tolerant and normal, properly functioning CEOs like Olaf Olofsson, who were like had a laissez-faire policy, live and let live. Like as long as it's something, is he made the entry barrier for the developers on the PlayStation console as low as possible. Everyone get your best show on the way. That's it. Make whatever you want. Again, from Tenchu to Parappa to Rappa to Final Fantasy to Metal Gear, that's about politics, kinda.
Well, it's about like pseudo military politics. Let me just say this real quick. I'm gonna let you continue. When we talk about politics in gaming, we mean social politics, socio politics. Like, because people think like, oh, but Metal Gear had politics. Yeah, but Metal Gear wasn't complaining about white people and fucking slavery, right? It was talking about like political systems and shit like that. It wasn't talking about fucking being gay in 2025. That's a different kind of politics, and people need to understand the fucking distinction between them. I'm not saying you. I'm saying like the people who try to make that argument, because you see that all the time. Like, games are always political. Yeah, but I wasn't being complained to about being a fucking man by feminists, bro. That's a different thing.
Like, you could also use another catch-all term.
That's what they were trying to tell me about Shin Megami Tensei.
They were trying to warn us about this. Did digital ID control becoming reality? Just like 1984, George Orwell all over again.
Yeah. So what did you say, Retroman? What was the term?
Another catch-all term would be a spy thriller. Because, there's espionage, intrigue.
Spy fiction. Spy thriller.
So you get like CEOs that wanted to help the developers, get their foot in. Because Sony was still new to the gaming business back then, and you had like a variety of genres that weren't all the same coalesced thing. Like again, open world action RPG roguelite thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's annoying, bro. It's annoying.
Another thing is like a third thing is like stuff like the big mergers didn't happen yet between companies. So at the tail end of the PlayStation, the PlayStation 1, Sony Square and Enix had to merge because bad financial decisions in the movie department. But like here,
they made that movie cost a shit ton of money.
Yeah, Final Fantasy IX was like, I think the last time they were just called SquareSoft. After then, it was Square Enix. So like, you have this right. Like behemoths, oversized like megacorps that are just a fusion of all other stuff. So it's like that painting of the Leviathan, So here, and notice the quality decline.
The best Final Fantasy games are the SquareSoft ones. Most people will agree. So and after that,
Final Fantasy games, everything.
Well, they made a lot of good games back then, man. Legend of the Dragoon is great too. But you know what? Like that, to your point, SquareSoft games, they were really like, because it was like a boiling frog kind of thing. Because Final Fantasy X wasn't that bad. It was pretty. I like Final Fantasy X. It was all right. 11 was the only online thing. I didn't care about it. Final Fantasy 12 was okay, but they started to go in like a weirder direction. Then 13 came out, then 14 and 50. So it was like, it slowly, progressively was like a boiling frog kind of corporate thing where like by the time Final Fantasy really declined, it was like almost like people are like, oh wait, the games haven't really been as good for quite a while now. It's just like a sudden, like, it wasn't really sudden, but it was like a creep. It creeped up on the series, and I think that it has a lot to do with Square Enix's, Square Enix's perspective on what those games should be, on what Final Fantasy should be. You know, what lens they wanted to focus it in to make more money. Why do you think they're shifting to action? Why do you think they were progressively trying to go toward action, right? Because it wasn't slow. 13 was like, you know, the characters were moving on screen like consistently while fighting. Then 15 came out. Then I'm skipping 14 because RPG. Because, you know, it was. Then 15, it became more like obviously action. Then 16 is pretty much Devil May Cry with Final Fantasy BS shit.
Yeah.
So they clearly wanted to appeal to the most mainstream audience they could, and turn-based RPGs even now are not really mainstream. You know, people love those games, but they don't hit the mainstream niche and potential money that Square Enix wants. So,
Yep.
you know, like, I think that, because I want to make a couple points about what you said, because I agree with you with a lot of it. And I think that what happened is that games became more homogenized because more money was being invested into it. Like, because again, you have all these corporate, like you said, megacorps that have investors and they want to return on their investment. So they say, oh, well, what game's popular? And then like, it's kind of like the industry feeds itself, where you have all like these type of like gacha games, or like you said, like Dark Souls slop. Oh, people want this. So we want we know you make racing games, but we want you to make a Souls game. Well, we know you do this, but we want you to make it a gacha game, because gacha games make a lot of money. And then the industry reflects that change, and then it becomes normalized in the industry. So those are the only games to buy. Then the developers think, the CEOs think, oh, well, this people must want it because they're buying it. But then at the same time, they're only buying it because they're corporate slaves, and that's all there is, and they're not going to stop gaming. So it's like a self-feeding cycle that has led to gaming to where it is today. That's why everything's homogenized. That's why everything feels like either a fake ass Last of Us, or whatever you want to call it. Like, you know, slow walking, like I said, lock on sticky combat, boring ass combat, walk down a corridor slowly, or it's a Dark Souls clone, or maybe a gacha game, or the last one being like some kind of like multiplayer, like shooter, you know, whatever shooter game. So that's really it happened, because the industry self-fed it. It's basically self-prophesized itself, you know, it's self-actualized.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird concept, I know, but it pretty much self-actualized itself to be what it is today.
Yeah. And I want to add something to that. Sorry, I don't want to cut anyone off, but look, all the layoffs that are happening. Look, all these activists are freaking out. Like, they deserve what they did, and they hope they never be hired again. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was deeply unprofessional.
Sorry.
Deeply unhinged. Like, you need to, I don't know, I think you need professional help tweeting that kind of shit. Oh, sorry, let me get my bearing.
So let me read a comment. Real quick while you cool off, or, you know, get your focus. Paulie McCoy says they're diegetic to the universe in which they exist. Exactly. That's a perfect way to word it. The story might be about something, but it is contained. Now we have games with stories that are lectures or literal propaganda. Exactly. Pretty much. Paulie McCoy, you worded that so well, bro. So well. That's exactly what it is. Very concisely put, man.
Very good. Well, he's very good with words. What was
I could see.
My third point was like, mergers and megacorps. Megacorps, still, like, if you it's like looking at that painting in Thomas Hobbes' book, The Leviathan, just like an amalgamations of other bodies like fused into one. So it's messed up and like even inefficient, I would say. I would even say that like both Square and Enix were better off when they were doing their own thing.
But remember, think about this. When you play a game, think about it this much. And I'm sorry, think about it in this way. Does it really matter, right? Like when you think about, for example, graphics, right? Does Crash Bandicoot need, for example, if you make a new one and it's made by a modern studio and they homogenize it, like, does it need to be like have Dark Souls elements and have hyper realistic fur for Spyro, for example? Is that really a requirement? And the answer, obviously, like you said, is no. You can make a budgeted Spyro that looks decent enough by modern standards, that doesn't have fucking ray tracing and shit, costs way less to develop, and is a beloved game. So to your point of like trying to fit a square into a circular hole, because that's pretty much what you're saying, right? Into a circular peg. You know, it's just that. It's just them, you know, they see something gets popular, like a Fortnite, everything in the studio, every studio wants to copy that for that money. They take whatever series or IPs they have, they command the studios because they own them, because now they're all owned by these fucking huge corporations. They say, well, we know you want to make this kind of game, but you should make this because we said so. They produce the slop that is similar to the game that they want to mimic to make money. The game makes no money. It fails, that series dies, or it makes money, but it's completely changed and warped into something different. And then because it sells, or like I said before, people are buying that game. People are saying, well, I like Crash. I'm going to support Crash no matter what. They're supporting Trash too, but they're going to support Crash no matter what. Because of like a corporate slavery, that game makes money, and the studio thinks, well, I guess people must really want this then because they bought it, so make a sequel or make this game like that. You know, it's just the thing that bothers me the most about it is that it's completely cyclical, and anybody can see that. It's like plain as day what's happening with gaming now. And I think that ultimately, like, indie devs, I know you're developing a game, I'm trying to develop my game. Like, I think indie devs really just we're the ones who have to add the variety back into gaming. I think the future is going to be like normies are just going to play on consoles. You might have like some good games on there that are indie, or some good games that are on there, but I think most of the real creative shit is ultimately going to be like somewhat gate kept on PC. And that's
well,
not
ideally,
Mhm.
sorry to cut you off. Please finish.
Well, I was just going to say, and then lastly, there's a bunch of gatekeeping going on as well, because, Sony has their dev kits, their approval systems, like whatever censorship they want to add to your game. So even then, like, even if your game was like a AAA game, like you made like a Stellar Blade or something like that, you're going to be gatekept by Sony and by Microsoft and by Nintendo. That's why, like, developers are better off just understanding that instead of making $5 billion, I'm exaggerating, because you're on all consoles, maybe you'll make less, but you'll still make money and your game will do well and you'll be on PC. That might have to be the concession that you have to make as a developer to maintain your vision for what it is, even if it makes you less money in the long run. Will these companies do that? Probably not, but I think that that's the most sensible, like, role to take. It's the most sensible route, rather.
Yeah, well, after the whole China Hero project, I can say that it's not a good idea as an indie developer to work for Sony, because the developer of Lost Soul aside, he made whatever game he could. You could say it's a middle game, but they didn't finance his budget, it turns out. They just like popularize him, like give him connections, and that's it. He had to fend for himself. They didn't invest any money into the project. So like I think it was like about $5 million total for a project. So that's not a good sum.
Yeah.
It's clear that Sony doesn't care about the indies.
No, they don't.
No. The thing is, like, but here, that's like now today. Back then in that era, in the 90s, with like PlayStation 1 era and so on, like you had stuff like Sierra Online Entertainment that was made by a couple, right? A normal couple, although they were from California, but still normal people, Ken and Roberta Williams. And they made, games they wanted to make. They made the Kingsfield series. Not King's Quest, sorry. King's Quest series, and utterly, classic point-and-click adventure games. Here, back then it was more innocent. It was for normal people, right? Laissez-faire policy. Let everyone have a good time. Let anyone give their best.
Well, what's the reason why you play a game? What is the ultimate reason you play a game? It's to be entertained.
Yeah.
You want to have fun. Fun could be many things for you. Fun could be tuning up your car. Fun could be, bashing a zombie skull in or whatever. But you just play a game to have fun, and like somebody said in the comments, escape from the real world, escape all that stuff. So, like I said, I think that there is just going to have to be a fractured divide. I really think that people are going to have to understand, intellectually, that the mainstream games that you see on modern consoles are always going to play to the most modern politics available, because they want to play it safe, and they're going to try to appeal to as many people as they want, for better or worse. And the only way you're really going to get a true creative vision is that PC will have to be the solution to that. It's inevitable. It's just the nature of it. If you have to go through a corporation to get your game published, that corporation is going to have their own standards and practices that they're going to inflict upon you. So unless there's a collective change within the gaming industry itself, where they suddenly decide, hey, we actually want to make money again, and they let developers make games for gamers, then you're going to just have to accept it. That's not a reliable thing. Like God of War is probably never going to be what it was before. Most likely not, right? Resident Evil, they decided that they want to go in a certain direction. They're going to go in that direction. And, with the girl ball shit or whatever. And people just have to accept it. Wanting and waiting for them to change is not going to actually make them change. It's not gonna actually do anything. Right. Like sometimes you have to cut your losses, bro. And I think that really, as gamers, we're gonna just have to say, all right, well, some of those games might be good. The ones that are good, you buy on consoles or whatever. But if you want to have like more diverse experiences, you're gonna have to find those games on PC, the point and clicks, the modern, like whatever random game someone wanted to make or whatever. That come there's so many good ideas that like are so outside of what the industry standard is, and they're all locked away on PC. So even though like I'm not a huge PC guy per se, I do acknowledge that seems to be the direction you're going to have to go if you don't want to play homogenized shit.
I don't know. You're a pretty top PC guy in my book. Like you like Heroes of Might and Magic. You like Age of Mythology and Age of Empires. That's impressive.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know those games. Actually, that's why when you mentioned it, I was kind of surprised because a lot of people do not remember Heroes of Might and Magic.
Well, it's very popular around here.
Gotcha. I mean, well, also because of that, I'm sure that it was accessible at the time, So I'm sure if you know what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Retro Man, I just want to apologize for my behavior. You're a cool guy. I respect you, and I like older video games like you back in the 90s. I'm from the 90s, and I don't like how the games are pushing identity politics, saying males are misogyny and all them. Like they're disrespecting men and conservatives like Charlie Kirk. Look what happened. All these game developers are celebrating Steph, and I was disgusted. Like, you know what? I'll never buy their game for celebrating Charlie Kirk's game ever again.
It was
same. Yeah, a lot of people that take a stand against them.
I think Chimpachi brought it up earlier. It's like a boiling frog situation. It wasn't a sudden thing. Like even before Kirk's unfortunate death, they went off the rails. You just didn't hear about it publicly. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. And it's just that how the gaming world is. I just think for myself, I vote for my wallet. If I see anything Sweet Baby Inc. involvement messing with games like that, I'm just not gonna buy it. I'd rather just get a Steam console at this point, PC's the only way.
Yeah.
And
I mean that's commendable. That's like the informed consumer.
That's
right.
right.
That used to be a popular catchphrase like I don't know, centuries ago by now.
Yes. And I can think for myself, I'm autistic. I'm not gonna let my autism get away with that. I have a lot of creativity for my own video game someday. I have a lot of great ideas of cartoon parody video game ideas,
But the good thing about that, Royce, is that a lot of autistic people, they have a different perspective on things, and that could lead to some really cool stuff. It's not necessarily a bad thing because while I'm most people that aren't autistic, they have more of a linear way of thinking, right? And I find that autistic people can really think outside the box with things, which is pretty cool, and to make some interesting stuff. You'd be surprised. For example, a lot of the top scientific minds in technology, they have some of them, well, a lot of them have some form of autism, and it allows them to think bilaterally. They're not so linear, and that's how you solve problems and you get creative, right?
Exactly.
So that doesn't have to be a bad thing, in my opinion.
Exactly.
It's not a weakness.
Matters. We need imagination back in this world again. We
Yeah.
have no imagination.
Definitely. Social media is helping with the imagination.
Well, it's killing our attention spans, so.
No.
A lot of developers in games are autists, so it's not really a problem.
No.
What's scary is when they try to, how should I put it, groom autists to alternative lifestyles.
To wanting to wear dresses and be called man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because a lot of the people, you'd be surprised how many think about it, bro. Just look at the nature of numbers, right? There are not many people that want to deal with numbers all day. Some people like it, but it makes sense that a lot of people are autists because autists have that they are in programming, like that form of development. Because remember that some autistic people have special interests. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, guys, right? Like they have like a focus, and to really do like really insane shit with computers. I mean, there are people that obviously aren't. Like there's a lot of top minds that are clearly not, but autistic. But it makes sense that you have a higher population of that because numbers are like a special interest for people. So.
Yeah.
I can see why that's the case.
Yeah, like I said, like look at the games like Battlefield 6. It sold like 7 million copies. That's crazy.
Yeah. And they pulled the wool over people's eyes with that game too.
Yeah. And guess what? You know God of War gonna be, guys? They're gonna be in Egypt. They're gonna put Kratos in freaking ancient Egypt. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
You know what they'll be pushing in that game? What group they're gonna be having in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to. I'm sorry. Continue. I'll say it afterwards. Continue.
I heard Liongate. They're gonna make a Johnny Wick video game for real. Liongate, the company, and I heard there's like a lot of games are coming out. I don't know what game's gonna be good this year or 2026 too. Yeah. Go ahead, Jinpachi.
No, you're right. But I was just gonna say that that's why like when we look at everything collectively, I think reasonably enough, gaming will eventually change, I think, as a whole. But we just have to kind of like hold true to your values and just not, and again, as simple as it is, just not support it. And also support things that are not maybe they're not at the level of maybe a AAA game, but it's fun, right? Like, for example, if an indie developer makes a game that's fun and entertaining, it doesn't look like Grand Theft Auto 6 visually, but the more people talking about it and pushing the game and like, enjoying it will help it get traction, and that'll help that developer grow. And then maybe eventually they can hire more people and then they can have a higher budget game that doesn't have agendas, right? But
Absolutely.
we have to be a little bit fair. I feel like as gamers we're a little bit unfair. It's like, oh well, this is just some indie trash. It's a 2D game or it's a 3D game. It doesn't look that good. It's like, yeah, but it was made by 3 people, bro. And what you're not going to get is preached to. And maybe if the game is fun, because like I'm not saying support a game that you think is bad. I'm just saying that if it's fun but it's not a fucking AAA game, it's okay to praise it and hype it and give it some traction, because that company could grow into the company that makes a AAA hit that has the stuff you want in it and doesn't have the agendas because they have enough money to produce the thing without needing investors. But we gotta kind of like be a little bit more like, a little more fair. I'm not saying support bad game. I'm not talking about the graphics and the whatever kind of game is. I mean, like, it has to just be good. As long as it's good, why downplay it? Why look down on it?
Exactly.
GTA, look how GTA started. It didn't start looking like GTA 5 or GTA 6.
Exactly.
But eventually it got to the point where it is now.
Look, and I'll give you another example. There's a ton of Doom clones out there. I'd rather play a fucking Doom clone than half this woke shit.
Exactly.
It might be using 90s technology, but it's sure as hell a lot more fun. And I'm not being preached to.
Yeah.
So,
look at Power World, for example, people. Look at Power World, opposite of Pokemon. And Pokemon's so mad about it.
This is something interesting. Let me steel man your argument, Jinpachi. If you look at a lot of our favorite Japanese games, there were iterations on the first game. So DMC3 couldn't have happened without DMC1. Not so much DMC2, right? But still, that's like the classic how should I say it, philosophy of Japanese game design. Iterate, make the sequel better, iteratively.
Yes, I agree. Seglassen. Anyway, so no, I agree, bro, because like in the end of the day, you might start small. You start small, humble, you make something fun, and you, like you said, you build upon that and you make something better. Somebody said we have access to more AAA tools now, like Unreal 5. That's true as well. You have Unreal 4. Honestly, bro, people are so fixed on Unreal. Like, let me explain. I mean, you Retro Man, you're going to know what I'm talking about. I would probably rather use a battle-tested engine that has a lot of documentation and literature on it, as opposed to like a more like fringe engine that's like really new, because that engine has been battle-tested and it's been like used and people have troubleshot for it, and it's been like broken down so that engine has a lot of you have a lot of tools to help you when you run into snags, right? When you have like the newest iteration of like, let's say Unreal 5, there's a lot of things in Unreal 5 or like Godot 4 that are still not fully worked out, they're still not patched. So you'll run into like more problems, right? So for me personally, if I was making an indie game, I'd rather use something like Unreal 4 or Unreal 3, right? Because remember, Arkham Knight was made on Unreal 3, I think, if I'm not mistaken, which is insane, if you think about it. So I wouldn't mind, like, to me, if I was using Unreal, I would probably not even use Unreal 5 because I don't think my indie game needs to be an Unreal 5 game. I'd rather use Unreal 3 and make something solid that's really good as a base and then work from there and then eventually build up to it, because then if I run into trouble, I can have like I said, there's a bunch of documentation that I can read to help me like figure things out. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on it. Unreal Engine 5 isn't bad. I think like as far as like it's a great tool. It has a lot of functionality. I'm just saying for me, I would probably like just focus on getting my vision made as cleanly as possible. That's my opinion.
There are still games made with UE4. I think Stellar Blade was made on UE4.
Oh yeah.
Really? I thought it was UE5. Anyway, well, it doesn't matter.
There's actually a game currently on PC. I think it eventually will come to console called was it Of Ash and Steel? That's on Unreal Engine 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think Stellar Blade was on Unreal Engine 5.
Yup.
Usually, the golden rule is less is more. The simpler, the better.
I agree.
It admires simplicity.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Me too.
Well, remember, if you have, like, for example, when you look at military, the military will use reliable weapons over the best. I mean, they're also cheaper, but like they're also like reliable and trusted, right? Like you look at like handguns, for example. There's a ton of different handguns you could buy that have like varying levels of functionality or whatever. But like a good old like reliable pistol is always going to be better and more trustworthy. You need it to work. You need to trust that it will function. So I think really like in the terms of less is more, that's like basically like the key factor of it. Does it work? Can I trust it? Can it run 1,000 times? Can I fire 1,000 shots and it not jam? You know what I mean? Like the analogy there, like I really think that that's the way to go with it, in my opinion. But then again, like I said, there's nothing wrong with Unreal Engine 5. If you want to use it. It's just that that's kind of what I would do. I would honestly use Unreal. Bro, Gears of War was made on Unreal Engine 3. When was the last time you played an indie game that even like looked like Unreal Engine, like that even looked as good as Gears of War 2 or 3, right? Now, I'm saying if you want to go that route. So there's nothing wrong with using old tech if it gets you to where you need to be.
Yep. I agree with you, Jimpachi. I agree with you 100%. Old techs are better, but Unreal Engine have problems, when I see it.
Yeah, it's true. So let's switch the panel, but before, like last time, just to reiterate, Royce, your favorite generation was the original Xbox and PS2, correct?
That's right.
Right. Cool. Mm-hmm. And Retro Man, yours was PS1 generation, right?
Oh, yeah, PS1. So like 90s and early 2000s. Like on the PS1, but also on the PCs where people were more inventive.
Okay, sounds good. Obviously you both, named a couple of games, explain exactly as to why, which are, very good points and true. So if you guys want to give your outros, you're more than welcome to do that. Whichever wants to go first. Before we switch.
Retro Man goes first.
Oh, well, mine will be longer. So,
all right. My name is Royce Rayan. I'm here to create my own game someday, working hard on that. And I hope we can see all these people be punished, these activists be punished forever, and make sure they never work nowhere at a video game industry ever again.
Yep.
I agree. And I appreciate you coming on, Royce, again. It's always great having you on.
Man. Royce, have a good one, guys, and I hope we do more often. And
hold on, Royce, good luck with your project.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, definitely. Good luck with that, Royce.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye. Yeah, have a good one, bro. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for coming on.
Peace.
I'm Retroman. I wanna channel for fun. By day, I'm a developer. By night,
before you
oh,
before you give your outro, I have a question for what engine are you working on for your own game?
UE5. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's stylized.
No, I'm just asking, bro. You don't gotta
Well, I
you don't gotta
haven't
defend
worked
it.
for a year or two, so whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm Retroman. This I have a channel for fun. By day, I am a game developer. By night, I am I stream games. I talk about the game industry as an industry. In editorial pieces, I review demos on stream. I play classic games, and I sometimes, when I find the time, I do tutorials. So like 3D modeling tutorials or whatnot, game development tutorials.
Oh, nice. You know how to rig? You're a good rigger?
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it's all like classic, good, wholesome fun.
Well, before you go, because I want to pick your brain a little bit, because I'm doing some like 3D modeling and rigging, because I want to do a fixed camera 3D game. So I'm also working on it. I'm basically working on 2 different games at the same time, but I'm taking a break on the 3D one. But yeah, bro, like that's really freaking cool.
I can help you out. Just contact me later what you need. If you need a 2D game, I'll show you who you can ask for.
No, I'm not worried about the coding aspect, but I am working on like topology and like just for like clean rigging.
Oh yeah, I can help. I can help with rigging and modeling, but
Yeah,
hit me up
yeah.
later. I don't want to take up people's time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Like I said, no, you're fine. I'm sculpting. That's why I'm doing mostly like sculpting, but I know the topology is shit. That's why I gotta fix it. So I'll maybe I'll contact you about that. But yeah, thanks for coming on. Everyone, check out Retroman's channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, great having you on.
Have a
Retroman.
good night.
Yeah, have a good one, bro. All right, so let's get everyone else on here, and we'll go from there. For the record, everyone watching, my 2D game will likely come out first, way before the 3D one I'm working on, by the way. But yeah, I'm also working on 2 different things. It's interesting you brought that up.
How are you doing?
Welcome.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Yvette.
Uh-huh.
Dobre požaloviť.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Привет, добро пожаловать.
Doing good. Hope
Yep.
you guys are doing well.
I'm just chilling, man.
Very good. So
do I sound good?
You sound very good, Madar.
You
Madar.
sound fine.
Thanks.
Mada.
Is that tasty? Is he being tasty?
No,
he's being tasty.
I'm practically delectable.
That's a tasty boy. No homo. Anyway, so let's pause. All right, so let's get this going. First, Marty, what is your favorite gaming generation?
Did you call him Charles?
I called him Charles, like Charles.
Charles
like
Kusanagi? Charles Barky Bark, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's
no. My name's not Mark Kusanagi, by the way. It's Mrs. Doubtfire, Robin Williams, man.
I was gonna call him Charles Barky Bark, and I stopped myself. No, let me stick to Marty. I want to confuse the audience. I mean, yeah, so
no, you're good.
So, what's your favorite gaming generation?
All right, so I would like to say, look, to me, I would like to say the 5th and 6th generation are the best video game generation. The 7th generation is good, but it's not as good as the 5th and 6th generation. And there's the 8th generation. It can be good, all right, but majority of them are bad. That's when it's gotten worse. And 9th generation is ass. But even though I do not have a Sega Dreamcast, but man, yeah, my heart still goes through the Sega Dreamcast because freaking late 90s, early 2000s, baby.
Yeah.
I love that feel. You know, I just wish I actually have a Dreamcast in my hand. Or maybe I should have bought it a long time ago. I mean, it didn't matter if they got his ass kicked by PS2 and GameCube and OG Xbox, but you gotta give credit to Sega Dreamcast because
I honestly
for
think
Sega
it was
Dreamcast.
a perspective thing. I think. I
Yeah.
don't really think it really. I don't think it kicked its ass because it was worse. I think that the
No,
perspective.
no. I said it got its ass kicked by
Yeah,
PS2.
it did. But I just want to point out, like, this is like more so like I just want to point it out because I feel like people often like forget that the Sega Dreamcast came out too early, so it was seen as inferior tech when PS2 and Xbox came out. That was like
Yeah.
the narrative that a lot of people had, that because it was slightly older than the PS2 and Xbox, well, a lot older than Xbox.
Yeah, poor timing.
And the GameCube, the timing was bad, and while it was innovative when it came out, it made it seem the PS2 and the GameCube and Xbox's releases made it seem like the Dreamcast was outdated tech, but it was a pretty powerful console actually.
Yeah.
Which is a damn shame. And it pretty much innovated with like console online, which is again, like I said, a shame.
Oh yeah, man. But you got. But that aside, those are the good old shit, man. Good old late '90s, early 2000s Y2K, man. Y2K aesthetics.
They don't make them like they used to, man.
Mm-hmm. And even the 360 is still good per se, but then the mid 2010s happened, and this has gone a bit bad. It's gone in decline with the whole Xbox One. I don't even call it Xbox One. We should call it Xbox 720 for goodness sakes. No, actually, it doesn't deserve the 720. It's not worth it. It's not worthy to deserve a 720.
Why don't we call it Xbox Lost because they didn't win? So calling it Xbox One isn't appropriate. Xbox Lost, I think, is better.
Yeah, might as well call it that.
Oh yeah.
That's like the cheesiest, worst pun ever, but whatever. We'll roll with it. Xbox Lost.
I mean,
yeah, but Mark, you're right.
Though,
when the Xbox One came out, it was pretty much game over for them.
Yeah, dude, it's over. It's probably the beginning of the end for fucking Xbox. And yeah, of course, Soul Calibur 6 is still there on Xbox One, PS4, but it's also on PC too. And quite frankly, we're not going to get any good Soul Calibur games in the future. But not to worry, we got Soul Calibur 3 is going to be re-released on the PS4 digitally, and
when you said "oh" right now, it sounded like an Indian person.
And then there's Persona. Persona's still good, but the problem is that fucking English localizations has gotten worse. But it's not. Yeah, God, I wish they go back to the good old days,
Yeah.
But there are some flaws back in the day. The flaws is that there are no options to have dual audio on the 5th and 6th generation on some games. Like, I mean, you kind of wish you have dual audio to get an option where you want to play in English or the original Japanese audio.
Yeah, you needed like a Japanese like PS2 to play certain games, right? Or you needed that thing that makes it like that unlocks the region.
Yeah,
I had that for PS1. It was like a weird like disc you would put in, and then you would have like a little spring that you would put in the disc tray for the PS1, and it would take away the region lock so you could play Japanese games. And I used to have like a shit ton of Japanese PS1 games. I had like I remember my older brother got it, and like he showed me how to use it, and then we were playing Dragon Ball Z, the Ultimate Battle 22. It was only in Japan. They had like Dragon Ball Z Final Bout and stuff like that. I was playing a lot of those games.
Yeah, man.
With the like unlocked. So you had a region lock.
Yeah, this goes with this also applies with games in the 7th generation era, especially Tatsunoko versus Capcom. The Japanese version is the actual version. It's the real version, by the way. And the only way to play the real version is that you gotta buy the Japanese version, and you gotta buy the Japanese Wii in order to play the Japanese release. Because,
but also,
quite frankly, you can't have. Quite frankly, the non-Japanese release is not the real version.
PS5 doesn't require PS5 doesn't require you to have it doesn't require you to have region.
It's region free.
Yeah,
just like with the PS4 as well.
Yeah, it's
So
been recent-
basically, the only
recent
requirement is
generation.
you pretty much just need to be able to speak the language.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
Basically.
yeah. Where
Yeah,
some of
so-
them will actually have like English subtitles. I think they may be like a patch or may already be built into the game or something like that,
Yeah.
depending.
I would, if it were me, I would, like, honestly, bro, like, that's why, like, eventually I will, like, learn Japanese because I could just play the shit without having to, like, worry about, I could just play it in its, like, native pure form without having to worry about, like, translations, localization. Like, I just feel like that's, like, a necessary thing because, again, like, I don't, like I said earlier, I don't want to give these companies, like, any reliance, right? I don't want to
Yeah.
rely on them for anything because I don't expect that they'll do it. So I might as well just you might as well, like, just take the initiative. If you're really into that stuff and you're like, let's say you're like a hardcore weeb, you might as well learn Japanese, bro. You just might
Zeno
as well.
said he has to go, so Zeno, thanks for coming on, and of course, thanks for being in the comments and watching. Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks for coming on,
have
bro.
a good rest of your day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
have a
make
good
sure
one,
you
bro.
take your Japanese very seriously, and so that you'll sound really good and polished up and authentic too.
And at the very least, you want to be able to understand the language. If you can understand it, you're pretty much good. If your goal is just to be able, like, to engage in the media without having to like speak it, right? You just want to, like, be able to play a Japanese game in Japanese, and as long as you understand it, that's what counts, even if you can't speak it well. But that's interesting. So, all right, who else is here? Madar, give us your thoughts on. And by the way, Mark, so your favorite generation is the PS2 generation, right? That's what you said. Seventh generation?
Oh,
Sixth generation, right?
Sixth generation.
generation,
I
yeah.
lean more towards the sixth generation, especially
Okay.
nowadays.
Yeah,
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel that.
You know, I happen to play some new games that I like. That I make sure they're not infected by the wokies.
Yeah. But it's like not.
Yeah, there's someone out
It's
there.
far and few in between compared to before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, all right,
Madar.
Madar, what are your thoughts? What's your favorite generation? And then Tasty Z can go next. Is there anyone else backstage, Revenant?
There's Frost Baron. I tried to get him on last time when we had Royce and who else was on there? It was Royce and I'm drawing a blank. Retro Man.
Retro Man and Royce.
Yeah, Retro Man and
You
Royce.
already-
I tried to
you
get him
already
on there,
forgot
but so for whatever reason, because his image on there is just like a blank white image, so I don't know if he's still there or if he's trying to fix it or whatever. So if he doesn't know, yeah, I can't get him on there because of that, for whatever reason. So just so we know. So
so Frost
yeah.
Baron. You mean?
Oh wait, then now it's looks pretty normal. So you know what? I can actually bring him on now, since he's the only one left that's on there.
So
Yeah, go
bring
ahead.
him in. Yeah, bring him in.
And then Madar can go.
Hello there.
Pretty much.
All right, what's up, Frost Baron?
I like the
Привет.
Atari games.
Привет, как дела, мой друг?
Jelpachi is a Russian spy.
Да.
I think so.
That Genpachi's
I
a
do it.
spy.
Huh? Da. Comrade. I am a comrade, Jinpachi. Comrade. All right, so so sorry, Badar, what are your thoughts, bro?
Well, I'm a PC player, and I was since, my very first game, I think, was also PC. It was an old Mario game. And by old, I mean, one of
Oh, I'm
those
sorry,
games-
Madar. Nathan Gaming has to go, so thanks for coming on, Nathan Gaming, and commenting and sticking around. So
Thanks for coming in, bro.
appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
See you next time, Nathan.
See you, bro. Have a good one, man. All right, so Dreamcast was suffering from lack of support from big publishers like EA, Square Enix, and others. That's true too. That's also true. That didn't help things for sure. But I really think it's mostly the timing of release. Honestly, I think that really screwed them over more than anything.
Yeah.
The
So,
lack of support
Madar,
is-
sorry about that.
So yeah.
So I was a PC player all my life. I think I only played console once or twice.
Oh wow. So based on that, what do you consider your favorite generation then? Because I mean, like, it still kind of translates over because the tech in the games were like they still were contemporary to like their times, right? So
I'm not sure what my favorite generation would be. I was always more into niche games.
okay,
But before you interrupted me, all I want to say is my first game was also PC. It was an old Mario game. And by old, I mean back when Mario had, orange skin. That old.
okay,
Emulation?
I
the
don't know.
best Mario's. You mean?
Mario 69?
I don't remember the name. I was played it when I was.
I think it was that one.
The early 2000s.
Super Mario Sunshine.
Maybe
It's probably
I don't know.
it's probably
It was
Super Mario World or something, right?
Did Mario
Super
jump?
Mario?
a side scroller. It
Did he
was
jump?
Yeah. It probably, I'm willing to bet it was Super Mario World.
I think it's
Maybe.
no. I think it's Paper Mario.
No, it was
On
a
the
2D
GameCube.
side.
No, he said it was a side
really
scroller.
old game.
Because Paper Mario was RPG.
No,
remember?
that's not it. That's not it. It's something else.
It has
No,
to be.
the
It's
old
probably.
one,
Look,
Mario had,
he said
orange
Mario
skin.
was still orange. I'm leaning towards Super Mario World or Super Mario
I
Land.
think
One of the two.
I think it's Super Mario World on the Game Boy Advance.
It's also on Super Nintendo.
played it
And it's
on
also on
PC.
PC. It's also on PC, bro. Well, if you
Oh,
emulate it.
yeah. I mean,
So
I feel like
he
this
did
is
mention,
like a guessing game on
he
It
did
doesn't
mention
matter.
early
trying to
2000s.
figure out the answer.
It doesn't really matter anyway because it was like basically 2D Mario from that era. As long as it wasn't 8-bit, it was likely Super Mario World or Super Mario Land. Not
Mario
pretty
was
sure.
orange and spun a lot.
He spun and he had a cape. Did he have a cape? You know what? Don't answer that.
Cape?
Yes.
Mamma mia!
I don't know.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah.
Anyway,
So was your favorite generation when there were like a lot of 2D games?
No, I like, these. I didn't really had a favorite genre. When I was
Okay.
little, I played RTSs. For example, I played the original Dawn of War. The one with the really cool trailer.
That's
And
that's a good game.
yeah, I played Battle for Middle Earth 2.
That's an old one. Battle for Middle Earth.
Yeah.
That game is
I
not
also
bad.
played the old Call of Duty games, the ones that were in still World War II, Half-Life, the first and second one.
Gotcha. Half-Life 2 is a great. I love that game.
Yeah. I
love
also
Half-Life 2.
played GTA games, GTA 3, GTA San Andreas, Vice City.
Those are good ones.
Yeah, games of this kind.
I love GTA 3, but GTA 3 hates us. We love it, but it hates us.
Yeah.
That game is freaking unforgiving as hell. That's an unforgiving game, GTA 3. I love that game to death, though, but it's very brutal. Like, sometimes I would play GTA 3. I was playing it recently because I love that game. When I say this as a person who loves it, that game's mission design on some of those missions is abysmal. It is the worst. I was playing. I'm like, there's no way somebody like played this mission.
When I played it, I was still young and all I did was, find the AK and start shooting at civilians.
As you do. You let out your inner Iranian, right? I'm joking.
My inner best shooter.
Yeah, there you go. So, but it's a good game. But yeah, anyone who plays GTA 3, you guys know what I'm talking about.
I also
CCZ,
play
you know
San
what I'm saying.
Andreas. What I like to do with San Andreas is, find the train, hijack it and run it until it's, falls off the rails.
GTA 3 is brutal.
Yeah.
Good, but brutal. Yeah, that game is brutal. Yeah, bro, like that mission design. I love that game, but that mission design is like hell, bro. I'm like playing some of these missions. I'm like, bro, like, did someone actually test this? Do they understand like what they're asking me to do while I play this? Like, do they understand the assignment? Can they do the assignment that they gave me?
I don't really know about the missions because I never finished them.
You were like just blasting people running around the world, right?
Yeah, running around killing people,
Okay.
mindless fun.
So, all right. So moving on then, because you said basically you just had kind of like an assortment of games you like. You can't really pinpoint a generation. So fair
Yeah,
enough.
but all I want to say before I stop is that
Mhm.
the consoles are affected PC gaming in a really bad way recently. For example, many games nowadays are designed for console first hand.
Gotcha. Yeah. A lot of games are made for console first. I mean, one of the Rockstar developers said that about GTA 5. That even though the game is obviously built on PC, that the focus of it is getting a console release, and the PC is like after. So, because he was pretty much clarifying that because people think that clarifying because he said people think that if you that the game, since they're made on PC, that means that they're like, obviously that's the focus, but they're not. And he said like, no, bro, like the console is the focus, and then we port to PC after, and they basically like work down the specs until it can like fit on console, and then go from there, and then start building the PC version, which is like pretty like significant if you think about like game development, like what that workflow must be like.
Yeah, also, not to mention these services I have to sign in just to play a game for, EA Play, Ubisoft Collect, Warzone.
I hate that crap.
Yeah.
On console, usually it's a lot of times on consoles, a lot of it is optional. But like unfortunately on PC you have to fucking do it, which sucks. Because on consoles, like sometimes you can skip it. You might miss out on some features. Like I don't think I ever made a Uplay account or anything. I was playing some Ubisoft games before.
Also, I recently with Black Ops 7 I ran into something really annoying. This new anti-cheat update, it requires me to enable TPM 2.2 on my PC. However, the problem is that I don't have TPM 2.2. Right.
Oh,
I
so
don't
you have a
mean I
brick.
cannot enable it. I literally don't have it on my PC. Therefore, I cannot play the game.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's the
what's
thing
funny
about
is that,
PC. You always need specific specs because PC games, they have a gauntlet of different specifications, while consoles have like their pre-made hardware that the games are worked for. That's kind of like one of the few advantages of consoles is that you don't have to worry about certain specifications because your console is going to be built to play according to whatever the devs have to focus on. There's not like different. Well, there are different versions of PS5, but there's not different like computation going on with PS5. A PS5 is a PS5, so if it works, it works. You don't have to be like, oh, I don't have this, I don't have whatever like piece of hardware because it comes built into your console. That's the only whatever driver or software you have installed on your PC. That's one of the few advantages that consoles have. Less work overall.
Also, this TPM 2.2 stuff is that this anti-cheat, update was meant to, have better protect the game against cheaters. However, on the beta, Black Ops 7 beta, there were already cheaters day one, so it not only stopped me from playing the game, but it also didn't work. Like it didn't do shit.
Okay, so let's get someone else's thoughts now.
I will go.
No, hold on, because we got to move on now because we've been on for a while. We got to keep
we
it
got
moving.
TCZ and Frostbaron to
because they were waiting. They were waiting for quite a while, especially TCZ. I know it's probably late for him where he's at. So
so TCZ.
So Frost. Let Frost give his thoughts first because he's usually more concise, and then TCZ can go last.
Okay.
Then you have
All right.
Concise. I'll kill myself now.
Nah, man, you're concise, but I know you want to you want to articulate certain things, and I know Frostbaron, he's Giga Chad, so he just be like he just stone face Easter Island faces while giving his information out.
I get it. I want to drag you back to my childhood, so yeah.
well, we're there, So no. But all right, so Frost, what are your thoughts? What's your favorite console generation?
Well, first, glad to be back on here. Sorry for popping in and out. But for some reason, when I kept coming on here, I wasn't able to hear the audio. So that was the reason why.
Well, at least I don't feel alone in having technical issues.
Yeah. Well, first, I'd like to say rest in peace to Itagaki as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'll actually be having a video talking about that.
Yeah.
Guy was a legend.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
He really was.
You know, I actually have Dead or Alive Dimensions on my
Oh
3DS
man.
too, which is like I believe Dead or Alive 1 through 4, technically.
Yeah, it's like a streamlined version of Dead or Alive 1 2. I actually have Dimensions on both my 3DS and Vita. That's how much I like that game.
Yo,
I have Dead,
yo,
wait,
thank
I
God
had Dead or Alive 5 on my Vita, and I have Dead or Alive Dimensions on 3DS actually.
Cool.
So
Yo,
it's pretty
thank God
cool
I
game.
have Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball on the OG Xbox.
That's a great game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, rest in peace on Hitachi and nothing to do with video games. Rest in peace with the guy who's known for making some legendary posters like Indiana Jones and Star Wars.
Oh, jeez, really?
Yep.
That's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he had those iconic like 80s posters, man. Those are like super
Yeah.
stylized. That guy was a legend.
Especially like late 90s, early 2000s, like Star Wars prequels. He made the amazing pictures along with the special
Those are
edition
great
posters.
posters.
Yeah, they are.
Did a lot of
I mean,
did a lot of art in the 70s as well.
I mean, all he uses is skills and talents. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, one thing that's crazy too is people don't understand, like they don't give credit to how good the matte paintings are in Star Wars. They are incredibly good. Like, the matte painting backgrounds they use to like simulate that they're like in whatever, pre like CGI and shit. And like some of them look like so photoreal that like, to a person who's like a casual movie watcher, they don't immediately scream out as like not really a real background, which is really cool.
I mean,
They look like they look like set. They look like real sets. Like you'd think that maybe they built a set or something. A lot of them are just fucking paintings, bro, which is crazy.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
rest in
Frostbaron,
peace to both people, man.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, Marty.
But yeah,
Frostbaron,
back
back to what you were saying.
Well, the thing is, I technically grew up with both the 6th and 7th generation, so it was a little bit difficult, thinking about it. But if I had to take a good guess at what would be the best, I would say overall would have to be the PS2, GameCube, and original Xbox generation, because I feel like the games and just the systems overall and just the variety between all of them and the games that came on it were just not only greater than it is, especially compared to what it is now. I mean, back then, even movie tie-in games were even really good. A lot of other games, such as even sports games, were good. And that's not even including all the variety that was there, especially when it came to third-party games. And in addition to that, that generation really introduced some really well-known IPs, like for PlayStation with God of War. There was also Jack and Daxter as well. And of course, with Xbox, you had Halo, but you also had Fable as well that was introduced, which both of those ended up becoming, staples of the entire Xbox. Now, granted, we see what's happened in recent times with them, but even then, still, there's no denying that when they started out, Xbox had those two IPs that really helped with it, and it wasn't just that with it. You also had them coming out with, legitimate Game of the Year contenders like Knights of the Old Republic, I believe, was an Xbox exclusive. I believe Morrowind was originally as well, and also I think Jade Empire was another one that was exclusive originally.
Yeah, that was.
And not to mention, their games, they had the best running games of the three consoles at the time, because Xbox, every version of the multi-plat games that were on Xbox just ran better. You had Splinter Cell that ran better. Max Payne 2 actually ran on that console. It wasn't like a slideshow like on PS2. So
Yep.
Xbox, the original Xbox had some, like even the third-party games or multi-platform were like really ran so well on Xbox, and
Yeah.
had some of the games even had better resolution. I remember playing Ninja Gaiden 1 on Xbox, and it kind of blew my mind of how good it looked. Right, like
Yeah.
it looked really good, like
Yeah.
for that era. And Doom 3, right? Doom 3, like there's a reason Xbox was the only one that it released on
Yep.
outside of PC. So
Yeah, and agreed. And I think another point as well is I think also back then some of these studios really were more at the peak with their abilities, or at least when they were beginning out, they were still relatively good. Like you just mentioned, Ubisoft with Splinter Cell. Another set of games they also made during the time was also the original Prince of Persia trilogy as well, and that I would add to it. And plus, also back then, I also mentioned with BioWare was still well, and also with Bethesda. Now, granted, both of them still kept going for a little bit into the next, but even back then, you can kind of see that right then, that's when they started to branch out into the bigger games for each of them, and that's when they really started to get it going with it. And that's not even including, with God of War as well with PlayStation.
and back then, developers they seemed to have like a knack for problem solving and figuring out like ways to get things done, despite the engines they were working on, which led to games feeling different from each other. While modern games, a lot of the work is done by the engine itself, so a lot of the creativity and like knowledge that had been developed over years of game development is kind of lost on modern developers because the engine is doing a shit ton of the work for them. Not to take away from the devs that actually that are doing things now that are like they're working hard or whatever, but the engines do so much of the heavy lifting these days.
Yeah. Yep. And agreed with that too. And another thing I would say is I've never had the chance to really look as much into the Dreamcast, but from what I've heard about it, it seemed like it was a really good console, but unfortunately just bad timing. That said, I do at least respect it in regards to some of the games that came out to it. And of course, as well with it, there was also with the GameCube and some of the games coming out there, like what was it? Like of course Smash Bros. Melee, like Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, which are both still talked about even to this day as well. There was also Resident Evil, what I recall too. And
Resident Evil 1, crazy graphics for design.
Yep. And another thing that can't be forgotten is also the Game Boy Advance as well, and the different games there, because with Game Boy Advance, and this personally with me, there were plenty of really good games on it. Like you had of course the original Pokemon, the Pokemon games that were coming out with it, which were Fire Red, Leaf Green, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And then you had games like Dragon Ball Z, Legacy of Goku 2, Astro Boy, Omega Factor, and you also had Mega Man games, which they had the Battle Network games as well.
Oh, I love those games, bro. I love those games. They were so good.
Yeah.
Don't mean to interrupt, but for those who are looking for Twilight Princess, go for the GameCube version. It doesn't matter whether it's used or if you plan to get used one, just make sure the used is still in good shape. But good luck getting a new copy. Just make sure get the GameCube version of Twilight Princess. It's the best version.
Yeah.
The motion controls kind of sucked ass in that game to me, honestly.
I mean, after all, it's made specifically for the GameCube.
Yeah.
But I want to say that because we were talking about the what the hell were we talking about? I lost my train of thought now. I actually wanted to say
Battle
something.
Network, I think it was.
Oh, Battle Network. Yeah. So I used to go. I remember at school, I would go when we would go like on trips or whatever. It would be like on the school bus, right? Like like you go to a school trip, you'd be on the school bus.
Yep.
And I remember me and my friends would like bring our like Game Boys, and we had like the link cables, and we would like do like battles with each other, and we all had like different customizations of like Mega Man.
Yep.
So it was like those games are like underrated, honestly. They're like
they
largely forgotten. They're largely forgotten, but they were so fun. They had good stories, so they had like great plots. They had beautiful visuals.
Yeah.
Like every single one of those games looked really good, like visually for the Game Boy. They ran well. They had interesting gameplay. There was a lot of depth, customization. Like those games are like greatly underrated. And there was replayability because you can like do like free battles against bosses and shit. You can play with your friends and fight your friends. There were like hidden things you could find. Like they were very good. There's actually a collection of it, and I can't say if they censored anything or not. I don't know if they did, but assuming that the collection is like 1-to-1, I would definitely recommend it if you never played those games before and you like RPGs, because they're like pseudo RPGs as well.
That is true. It was actually, I actually still remember when I was a kid getting my Game Boy Advance. Battle Network 3 White was one of the first games I got for it, and I really liked it as a kid. But growing up and getting older, and going back to it, it made me realize just how good that one.
Yeah, they're really good, man. You go back and play them; they're like surprisingly like well made. They have like great stories, and also all the games are canon; like they actually matter. So the narrative connects. You're like, it feels like you're like playing. It kind of feels like you're playing like an anime, like through different seasons. Every game feels like a different season of an anime of Mega Man Battle Network. That's how it felt like. And you had forms. You could take the boss's form, like you had like proto form and shit like that. You know what I'm talking about, Baron.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I loved that game to death, man.
Yeah,
that game was really fun.
And last thing I'd also say is, I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, but it did seem like certain movie tie-in games and other IPs also have really good games as well. Like a few I can name is like, admittedly some of the Marvel games, like with Spider-Man 2 from the movies, along with Marvel Ultimate Alliance and like X-Men.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance, X-Men Legends, hell yeah.
And of course, another one that easily I think
Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Can't forget Hulk.
That too.
Ultimate Destruction. That's a great game.
Ultimate Destruction.
Yep.
I can play that.
Another one I can't forget is also honestly just all the Star Wars games that came out. I mean, Jesus.
Before George Lucas sold his shit to Disney, man.
Yeah, I've been a Star Wars fan, since I was about 5 or so. I don't look at any of the Disney stuff. I just stick to the expanding.
Wait, how old are you now?
Me? How old am I? I'm 27.
I'm 31 right now, and I've been a Star Wars fan since the late 90s, and quite frankly, those games are amazing, man.
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
I don't blame you there. Like I just a few years ago played Jedi Academy for the first time, and it's still shocking to me just how well it holds up, especially with the gameplay. I put so many hours in it.
About Star Wars games, have you played Republic Combat though?
That too.
Oh yeah, I have. Shit, I have.
Republic Commando, man. Yeah.
Yep. I had that too.
I played that too.
Yeah, I mean Battlefront 1 and 2.
Man,
Battlefront 1 and 2 were crazy games. I love those games too.
Battlefront 2 is better than Battlefront 1, but they're both good. But
they were both good. They were both good for what they are.
Yeah.
I would like to say this. I'll come to think about it. Dude, if it weren't for me being a Star Wars fan, I wouldn't get into Soul Calibur, man. Yeah, I gotta say thanks to Star Wars in general, and particularly the Force Unleashed. They got me hooked up with Soul Calibur. Oh my god, dude, that is.
Oh yeah, Soul Calibur 4.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and that's the gateway, dude. Fucking Soul Calibur 4. That's the gateway to my introduction to Soul Calibur.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And it got me hooked up as old as the Star Wars characters are in Soul Calibur 4, and what made me got even more interested is the hot women, especially.
Where's that background music coming from?
I think it may be from my TV. My bad.
No, you're good. If you're not speaking, just like mute yourself until you speak again. That way it doesn't bleed through to the audio. Just be a little bit better.
Man, good old times, man. Good old times.
Yeah, it really was.
I love the Star Wars Battlefront. Just how like good it felt to like kill enemies in that game, like the vehicle stuff. Like those games were like.
They were.
They had a lot of fun. They just had like a feel about them that was like definitely like ahead of its time.
But TCZ, he hasn't spoken yet, right?
Yeah. Well, so hold on. Frostbearing. So what do you consider the best generation, and then TCZ can go from there.
Well, I would say overall it would have to be the PS2 generation with all those games. It just was really deep just looking back at it. on all fields.
Yeah. Perfect storm of accessible technology for like devs, creativity, and like the perfect middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like with that generation, the technology was like obviously it was like the new technology at the time, but it wasn't like as expensive as games are now. I think like if you just compare them, like if you adjust for like interest and shit, like not interest, sorry, yeah, interest actually and inflation, I feel like games now are like by far like way more expensive than they were. Even the most expensive games from that era were like cheap compared to games now, even if you account for inflation. So
yeah,
that was the perfect storm. Like a small dev team could make a really good game, get it on the PS2. It was fun, accessible technology for the devs, and just awesome. And from what I understand, the PS2 was easy to develop for, right? From what I remember. Something like that. I don't know. But anyway, all right. So, yeah.
They
Thanks,
also
Frostbearing.
try to give you interesting quirks, like the team mechanics in Republic Commando.
Yes. Or in Robot Alchemic Drive, where you can switch between your character and like there's no third-person perspective for the robot. You have to actually stand in like on a building or something so you can watch the kaiju battle like real time. Like that game is fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, so that was like those games all had like really fun quirks and whatnot. All right, so Tasty Z, you've been waiting forever. Give us your thoughts, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
the pelvic floor is yours.
The red carpet is mine.
The red
Roll it
carpet
on.
is yours.
Roll it
We're in
out.
a
There we
Hollywood
go.
carpet.
There you
Yeah.
go.
So like so I've basically I lived through the Mega Drive SNES era. I was there for the PlayStation 1, Dreamcast. Sorry, PlayStation 1, Saturn / Dreamcast, and Nintendo 64 era.
Mega Drive was Genesis for you guys, right? Because I know in
Yes.
America it was Genesis. Yeah.
Yes,
Just
it
wanna
was also
confirm
in
that.
Japan as well. So
Yeah. Americans were smoking crack on that one. Anyway, continue on.
I think Genesis is a cool name. I just think Mega Drive is a little bit. I don't know. It's more special to me.
It is subjective. I can't imagine it not being the Genesis for me, but like I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. So continue on, bro. Sorry, I derailed you.
And obviously, by the time 360 era kind of kind of came along, I was already starting to see the cracks develop. I started to see bigger budgets. I started to see a lot more corporate, interference coming in. A lot of less genres being made. And I started to get a bit jaded towards the end of the 360 era. I went in with big aspirations, I mean, stars in my eyes. Stars in my eyes. But fuck, was it a bit of a downer toward the end?
Yeah.
Not saying that the generation was bad. It's just I feel like that was the start of the whole. The game must look amazing. The game must look absolutely, just
That's true. No, you're right about that.
Homogeny or else. Homogeny or you don't make money.
Yeah, and while we weren't quite at the level of Last of Us 2 yet, we were getting real close.
Well, I was calling, bro. Listen to your point.
Last of Us 1.
I was calling out woke shit back in like 2010 or shit like that. People were saying I was crazy. They were acting like I was crazy because I was like notice. You know how they say you start noticing. You get the noticing, and I was noticing big time. And I was like, bro, you don't think this is weird? And people try to gaslight me. Like, no. I'm like, kind of weird, bro.
I didn't look at it like that. I looked at it as like soulless consumer bollocks, really. Like just like, oh look, it's Medal of Honor Warfighter. People totally asked for this, right?
Yeah.
And it was
it becomes soul, really.
But modern military shooters dominated, and for a person who likes boomer shooters, and
that disappeared. They pretty much got like eviscerated in that era.
Yeah, now you got the Souls clones and the open world RPG fucking gotcha games now.
I like the first Prey game. Remember the first Prey game?
Yeah,
gotcha. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Bethesda brought it back and had to ruin it.
Yeah, they definitely ruined that big
Yeah.
time. But you know, like even in 2010, when I say noticing, I mean like specifically like agendas. Like I was like, why is this character like race swapped? Why am I all of a sudden like playing as a female character? Why at the end of what's that game called? Red Faction Guerrilla is this female character all of a sudden super important? You know, it just started to like creep up, and I was like asking questions, and I was like, why? Like this is not, it feels weird.
Yeah, I mean, like I started catching on around about 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
When
They
I
started like ramping up the feminism. That was the first thing I noticed was like the hardcore feminism.
It was
That was the
very,
one.
it was very slight at first, but I did start to notice that a lot of females started taking precedent over stories and things like that. Suddenly, the damsel in distress was gone, and here was basically, well, a man in a woman's body, essentially. You know, like she just acted like another one of the guys, and I was just like, this is kind of cringe.
Like Gears of War 2 and 3 definitely had some of that in there. I love those games, but they definitely had it. Huh?
I would say Bulletstorm was the first time I fucking noticed it.
Bulletstorm
Hold
as
on
well.
for a second. Man of the Mountain has to go, so thank you for watching, taking time out of your day, especially from I think that's a movie, right? That he was watching.
Yeah,
It was a movie,
Ana de Armas was in the movie.
Yeah, so
We took him away
thanks.
from her.
Yeah, we took her away from you, but appreciate it as always, and definitely be great to see you again next time. So
yeah, for
you have
sure.
a good,
Have a
you have a
good
good night.
one, bro. Have a good one. Take it easy, and I'll catch you later, man. We'll catch you later.
Yeah, Bulletstorm. That's where I saw it for the first time. This female character who was just a dude, essentially. And it was just like, okay, I know this game's kind of off its rocker and stuff, but she's literally like gross, ew, you know, kind of thing.
And also, think about Sam in Gears of War 3. Remember Sam?
Yeah. Which is Sam again?
It wasn't as strong, but it was definitely there. The way she would like banter was like pretty much like she was one of the guys for the most part.
Yeah. Well, that's when things were starting to, not ramp up. I mean, things were little by little, right? Apparently, Gina Davis is behind the whole thing. Who would have figured?
And also, but it wasn't as bad in gaming as it was in movies. It was much worse.
What?
I'm not familiar with the Gears of War series. Can you tell me who Sam is?
Sam is a black female soldier that is kind of a pseudo love interest for Barrett. I think she is his love interest, and she's like very, she's very crass and very like foul in the mouth, which kind of matches Barrett because Barrett's pretty much a dick. He's like one of those like lovable dick kind of characters. And
Wasn't she voiced by the Australian woman?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And she's cool and all. Like again, I actually like her character to a degree, but there definitely was some of that like she's one of the guys kind of deal. Like she's like, you know, like they really started to go down the route of like, you know, she's like one of the dudes, like she's like fucking like talking crazy and you know what I'm trying to say? Like not as feminine. So I like that. I like the game though. I do like Gears 3. They're a good game. It's a good game, but it definitely had some of that in there. I'm sorry, continue on, bro. So.
I mean, like I said, I didn't see that part of it. I just saw like, okay, now they're just making these things over and over again. They're never going to make anything I like ever again. I'm out, and that was actually what I felt like for a long time. I was out for most of the PlayStation 4 era. I was on PC at that point, and I never really looked back until I got a Switch 1, and that was it. That was actually it for me. I now play retro stuff. I play indie stuff and things like that, because I suppose how do I put this? Modern. So the modern way of getting people to buy new games and stuff is kind of like the FOMO, isn't it? Right? It's about like, oh, you're going to miss out on this and you're going to miss out on that, and oh, you're going to miss out on this brand new game that we're making, and it's
you're
like
going to miss out on a AAA Wolverine.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you've got nothing to threaten me with. Okay, I am the person like of these people's nightmares. Nostalgia doesn't fucking work on me. I have seen everything I love die in front of me.
Oh my gosh, they sound. Oh my dude, I want to bring this up. These goddamn wokey sympathizers, man. All they say is like, "Oh, here, yeah, I call them that because you know, oh, you still gotta play like Persona 5 Royal, man. Even though it's censored, even though one thing's censored, man. And you want that shit has gone even worse. There's even worse Wookiee sympathizers out there who they're trying to further increase your sense of missing out and shit.
Here he is,
And that's
G-Scorch.
exactly what it is, man.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah,
like fear of missing out is always gonna be. It is what it is, bro. There's always gonna be people that just have to play the new thing no matter what, man. And unfortunately, that's what feeds the industry. That's why they care more about getting casuals than they do about appealing to the people that were fans for a long time. That's just the way it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I sound like a hypocrite. I'm playing Persona 3 Reload, even though and the only reason I play it because thank God it has Japanese audio. But yeah,
I mean, like, you know, they brought out Battlefield 6. Look, it's Battlefield as you remember it. It's back to boots on the ground, blah blah, this and that. No, it looks like just fucking soulless crap. It looks like you took Battlefield and you just stripped it of everything that made it interesting over the last 10 years. You know, like Levolution and
Levolution being gone was like terrible, bro. I love that stuff
and stuff like that. Where are the battle tapes, motherfucker? Where are the battle tapes?
You know,
they're more interested in having DEI characters than actually bringing things back that should never been removed.
Classes are locked behind genders, and on top of that, to a degree, and on top of that, you basically hear a bunch of women screaming, like, you know, during the battle. Like, you hear a lot of like female voices. You know, you hear like they're basically typical battle cries. You know, like, watch your six or whatever, like reloading, whatever. You hear a shit ton of women because a bunch of classes are locked behind.
In Battlefield 5 in a World War II game, it just about broke me. I never bought it, played it, but I heard it on footage, and it was just like, I don't need this in my life. This is expense that I don't need to expend.
Yes, this is a lot of money for something that probably hates me.
Okay, so let's get to my favorite generation. Okay, so my favorite generation is from 1995 to 2002. So you got the PS1 essentially, because it was the gold rush of like design and inventiveness. Like everyone was trying to like design new ways to control your fucking character in 3D, and we'll never ever get that. Like if you miss that time, you missed it. You're never gonna get it again. It was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
We saw genres die. We saw genres born and die in one generation. Like, it's incredible. The ones that moved on, stuff like like for example Spyro. I mean, it didn't die, but let's be honest, it fucking died.
Hiatus.
It died.
It died.
They did.
People stopped being interested in the mascot character. You know, that kind of like started to stop being a focus.
Yeah, and then they just went to whatever was trending next and just focused on that because it was easy money.
There was a lot of mascot characters that died off. There were a shit ton of mascot characters. And in PS2, they try to bring them back.
You had tons of genres. All the behemoths of today were at their peak.
Nostalgia baiting.
They were, all the nostalgia were at their peak. There wasn't any nostalgia baiting because it was all brand new, baby.
We were in the nostalgia, baby.
Dude, hey,
we're living it.
Like,
if you miss out, you're gonna miss out, boy.
People want like trying to like dredge up the Super Nintendo and the Sega Mega Drive. They were moving on to new things, brand new things, and that's what the 360 era kind of killed. Because when you moved on to the next era after the 360, guess what? We were playing the 360 stuff still, and we still kind of are.
We're playing the 360 stuff, but a lot of the bad trends. The most egregious one for me, we're just talking gameplay mechanics, is everything being a fucking 50-hour RPG. That is that shit is mind-numbing to me.
Yeah, I mean, we picked up bad. They took the worst lessons, and they just kind of went with them. And of course, the biggest lesson, I think, that everyone refuses to learn from in the AAA industry, and it is why it is collapsing under its own fucking weight as we speak, it is the whole graphics thing. No, like, graphics are only going to last so long, right?
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable.
People need substance, right? People need substance. You can't just slap a pretty thing on it and then be like, look guys, it's the Order 1886. No, it's not. It's a piece of goddamn shit. Basically got it's basically cut into 3 different types of mechanics, and it's basically a glorified movie with pretty subpar shooting and
It's fucking Hollywood.
quick time
I mean,
events.
it doesn't feel like.
And so many games, they think that, all right, well, the graphics look like the graphics being super realistic can only you can only impress somebody with it but so much. It's like right now we're at a point of graphics that if they straight up look like real humans, like totally pure real humans, I still wouldn't be impressed, which is crazy because that's how like.
Do you know, like if you go back and you look at the fifth generation, right? Was it the 4th generation or 5th generation? What are we looking at?
The 5th generation. You're talking about PS1, right?
Yeah, if you go back.
Was it PS1?
Yeah, PS1 stuff. None of it looks particularly impressive, right? From a visual perspective, what blew everybody away was the fact that it was in a 3D space, and they were seeing all these new these new mechanics that were coming in. They were seeing all these new sort of UI implementations. They were seeing like just all this different stuff. It was the gold rush.
Yeah,
and we were the motherfucking prospectors.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the few games that like really was like kind of like visually impressive, at least for the time, was like the original Resident Evil games.
Evil, yeah.
Because I'm talking at the time, at the time they were like visually impressive because you did have like pretty much like realistic pre-drawn backgrounds, and the models were like far and above a lot of the models in other games because they didn't have to render environments as much. So there was also like that aspect of it, because I remember like back then, like when you're walking down a corridor, sure, the models are like sharp and polygonal or whatever, polygonal, I don't know how you want to say it.
Right.
And when you would see, yeah, sure, but they had like a good textures, they had like good vibrancy. And when you look at the backgrounds, because they were pre-drawn or like pre-rendered rather, they had like a quality to how they looked that other games just simply didn't have, because they were like more rounded. They had like more like a tree wasn't like as jagged, for example, because it was pre-rendered. So
it had grime. I really liked that pre-rendered grime.
Yeah, which is why which is why RE2 original, right, or RE1. Let's say RE1 remake, for example. That's why that remake looks more gritty than RE2 remake, because even though RE2 remake has a bunch of dynamic shadows and shit, the pre-drawn backgrounds are like perfectly curated in every environment, right? It's not relying on anything else. So when you're walking,
that's true. It really is.
When I was playing the remake, and I was walking in the upstairs of the mansion where the crows are, and you're walking down that hallway, and the lightning is striking. Like that's like visually striking even now.
Yeah,
that's beautiful even now.
They had to like create that. They had to like, okay, so how best do we get across to the player the atmosphere that we want to set in this place with this pre-rendered? And they went and they fucking did it. Because no one else had done it before. They did it. Yeah,
and then when it comes to like modern games like Resident Evil 2 Remake, for example, even though I did like the game for the most part, when you play it, the shadows are like just real-time shadows. It's like typical real-time shadows, grain, screen filter, whatever. Like, but when there's like a grit, so when everything's perfectly curated, right? It's why like for example, 3D animation will never be better than 2D animation, because 2D animation has a grit to it.
Yeah,
that you just can't replicate with 3D models, bro. You just can't do it. So I feel the same way with those kind of games back then. But anyway,
and then
continue on.
Parasite Eve, that was completely like. Had we seen a game control like that before? No.
Oh, I love Parasite Eve, man. And keep this in mind, everyone. It's not a Resident Evil clone. It's a Final Fantasy VII taking place in real life, but with horrifying elements.
I always took it as Resident Evil with RPG elements. That's what it felt like to me.
I'm talking about Parasite Eve 1, by the way. But beginning with Parasite Eve 2, that's when it truly became a Resident Evil clone. So
I just feel like it's a Resident Evil RPG. That's really what it is.
Resident Evil intentions, but they decided, just like with Silent Hill, to do something different.
I mean,
for the benefit too, for the better. Actually.
Exactly.
I only consider it as a Final Fantasy.
Parasite Eve was always about feminism, guys.
And of course,
I always consider Parasite Eve as Final Fantasy VII in real life, but with in the horror elements because the main character is basically a female version of Cloud, and the main antagonist, the opera singer, is basically a female brunette version of Sephiroth.
Well, the mitochondria
And-
stuff is similar to the Sephiroth stuff in a weird way. Like it kind of similar. They have similarities between them.
I mean, it's based on a book,
and of
isn't
course,
it? So technically, I mean, it depends when
And
that
of
book
course,
came out.
Aya's partner is basically, is basically buried in the real world, but he has a son. But he's divorced.
See, like
Yeah.
to me, it never really felt like I never really connected it to Final Fantasy, but I definitely did feel like it was just like you're playing a survival horror like RPG, which I thought was cool. I thought that was like a cool like thing that they were doing because I really don't think a game has come around like that afterward. Even I think it might just be like a special unicorn in the survival horror genre.
Imagine if
It seemed like
Fallout-
Parasite Eve 1 kind of took some elements from, or shared some from Vagrant Story with the gameplay.
Oh yeah, maybe, yeah.
And
That's it.
of course, those mutated monsters in New York are basically some of those enemies in Final Fantasy VII. I mean, I'm only saying this because I only played Parasite Eve 1 and I couldn't get into Parasite Eve 2 because of the gameplay.
Final Fantasy VII and Parasite Eve, the whole mitochondria thing and the Genova cell things, they're pretty much just in line with like science, like identity stripping science fiction tropes, right? Like and what's it called? The eldritch kind of like being that strips you of your identity as you become part of it. So it's not a particularly new idea in any of those games, really, but it is implemented like in unique ways in 7 and in Parasite Eve. Because pretty much they're pretty much touching on like the subjects that the thing 1987 covered. Like your identity is stripped. Like, what does it mean to even be you? Stuff like that. And like the whole like calamity thing is pretty much that, like this viral being wanting to amalgamate everything into itself. Like that's not a particularly new idea, but it's implemented well in those games.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the king of psychological horror, Silent Hill.
Yep.
Silent Hill 1 is definitely underrated. I mean, it's very limited to
1,
play,
2, and 3, man.
but it's underrated.
Silent Hill 1 might like, self-contained be the best video game story ever told because it tells it in such an interesting way.
I couldn't even play Silent Hill 1 because it's how spooky and fucked up it is. Even as an adult, man.
I powered through that shit. I was 11 years old. I powered through that shit. I was terrified to go upstairs because what happened was in the hospital is I got in the elevator and this new floor appeared in the elevator. I clicked it and I went up into the other world or the nightmare, and I thought that my stairs would lead directly up to the nightmare too.
Man.
You know what freaked me out as a kid, bro? Remember when? Remember it was in Resident Evil 2 actually. One of the things that freaked me out about that game was that Birkin was like being slowly taken over by the parasite, right? And like people often overlooked, like it always freaked me out that he was inside of it, but kind of like helpless. Like you see his human parts just kind of being absorbed into the parasite, right? Like you see his like face on the G virus's chest, and then like it just keeps shifting until like all that's left is a small tinge of his face. And he's just this abomination. Like it just I was always like freaked out by those kind of like creatures that will like strip away your identity. To me, that's scarier than dying, right? Because when you're dying, if you believe in an afterworld or something or afterlife, you can say, "Well, my soul, whatever, this and that." But what happens when you're absorbed into another being? What happens when that being can have access to everything that but it's not you? Which is why which I think makes for great psychological horror. I feel like there's an element of that in RE2 because you see Birkin, there's a part of him that's still a man, but like this thing just kind of overwhelms him and like pretty much grows on him, feeding on him. It's really sick.
And on the PC side of things, you've got Half-Life and you had Deus Ex. I don't really need to say more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alone in the Dark, New Nightmare is a little underrated as well. That's a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, it's all right, that one. Yeah.
I actually like that game a lot. I like the the whole like weapon system in that, and I like the environment. I think it has a unique story. I like New Nightmare. I like Carnby's design. So
Wait, what's New Nightmare? Is that Resident Evil 5D? No, that's
no.
Lost
Nightmare. That what I'm talking about is Alone in the Dark. It's on the PS1.
Oh, my bad.
Alone in the Dark, and it's called New Nightmare. And I think that game's pretty good. Like people shit on it, but I like it a lot. And I think they have some very
it's a good game.
We saw the birth and death of Doom clones.
Yeah. I mean, they're still around today. They're kind of around still.
Not. I meant Doom clones, not boomer shooters. I think they're different. Doom clones, the idea of that, you know, they were just like, if you like Doom, you'll like this kind of thing.
Yeah, but
I bet they still scared the shit out of me, man. Even if the graphics aren't good, but what matters is atmosphere, man.
Doom clones still exist, though. I feel like they're still around. I mean, like I know there's boomer shooters, but I mean, like straight up Doom clones still exist. There's a shit ton of them.
Yeah, but they weren't. When I said death, I mean, like they literally weren't being made in a massive amount, like a big long time.
Well, they're not as mainstream now, for sure. They're not as mainstream.
I think the most charitable you could say is they were ported to Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
I think that was the best you got, really. You had Duke ported, and you had Doom ported.
Yeah. And then you had like Shadow Warrior, like you have like some PC games, and like for example, if you go on like a library right now on like PS5, you'll see a shit ton of like Doom, like or let's say like Duke, more like the Duke Nukem style of that. But Duke Nukem is kind of like a Doom clone in itself, obviously. So you have like that. You have a lot of like indie games that do that. So I guess in a way you're right, but it still is going pretty strong in the indie department, just not in like the mainstream AAA department.
It had a rebirth. It legitimately had a rebirth. That's the thing. Is like it died and it got rebirthed around about, I'd say 2013, 2014, when a game called Rise of the Triad it was like a remake. It was like a remake and like newer graphics. That's because of the particular people that worked on that. They would then split off and they would make their own projects, and there you go, the boomer shooter revival of that time.
Yeah.
But for like 10 years, like maybe more, nothing.
That's true. That's true. Real men aren't able to look up or down.
That's true.
Real men only look left and right. And you know what's funny?
Look up.
And also notice there's a lot of immersion there, because if you play Doom 1 and 2, if you look down at Doom Guy, you never see him look up. You only see him look left and right. So it's canon. It's lore accurate. Doom Guy never looked up or down. He only looked left to right. And we don't count his dying face. His dying face, he's not looking at anything. His head's just tilted down.
These newfangled Doom games where he can look up.
You can look up. The original Doom Guy, he killed the icon of sin while only looking left and right.
He did. He killed the Spider Mastermind, the icon of sin, and that thing in Doom 64.
Yes, the mother demon.
Yes.
But all right, so let's wrap things up. So Tasty Z, Berv man himself.
Yeah.
What is your favorite generation? Like, just to reiterate.
PlayStation. So 1995 to 2001, the PlayStation 1, Saturn, and N64. If you want to go by consoles.
Fair. All right. That's a
good
one. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I feel like PS2 and PS. I'm kind of in your boat where I feel like that era between PS1 and PS2 was the GOAT era. 360 was when the decline started, but there were good games on there. And now we're in shit. But yeah, you're right. We went through the bronze, gold, silver, whatever. We went through the ages. And now now we're in the brown era.
Yeah, definitely. But Jinpachi, I don't think we gave
brown era.
We gave our
shit era.
We're in the brown era. We're in the brown era.
But Jinpachi, I don't think we gave our favorite generation. I think we were just talking about the games and whatnot, but I don't know if we like directly said ourselves.
My favorite, I want to say PS2, but I feel like I also really enjoyed the PS1 era as well. It's hard for me to choose. I would say the PS. I feel like the 5th and 6th, right? The PS1's 5th, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So 5th and 6th. I know I'm kind of cheating, but it's
That
really
would
hard
be
for me
the
to choose.
perfect answer. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that is the perfect answer.
Yeah, like 5th and 6th to me is I like the threes. Like, I don't get me wrong, I liked the 360 era, but we have to pick a favorite. It's 5th and 6th for sure, hands down. Because I can still play 5th. I can still play that era now and have fun. I can still play the 6th and have fun. I can still play the 360 games and have fun too, to be fair. But it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same, right? Like, I was playing Spider-Man
right.
1, the PS1 version, and I'm like, this game is just magical. It's perfect. It's like perfect.
Mhm.
It's like it's
is.
dog shit, but it's perfect. You know, like
Yeah.
so. But yeah, so 5th and 6th is my answer. What about you?
I would probably say for me, it's definitely the 6th. I'm kind of leaning towards 6th and 7th, and 5th being like a close, it's like one right behind 7th. The only reason why is because it's easy for me to remember like certain games more, and also like, you know, I also think about like what else was happening within like the world and how other forms of entertainment were, like movies and shows, how good they were, how everything was kind of advancing at the time as well. You know, mostly for the better, but definitely with the 7th generation, it definitely started to get to a bad place towards the end. And, you know, that what was the 8th generation, you know, definitely made things worse. So it's kind of hard to say, but definitely if I just pick one for sure, it would definitely be the 6th generation. You know, so many good games, so much innovation, so many developers like really trying to push the hardware on all consoles, even on PC as well. Even though I'm still not a PC gamer, but I'm sure for a lot of people, you know, it was a real like innovative and great time as well.
Doom 3, need I say more? Doom 3 changed the industry.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, and also even Splinter Cell games were better and more advanced on PC as well. So yeah, you had like, you know, it's like wherever you were gaming on, whether it's PC or whichever console, like you were getting like really good games. Developers gave a damn.
You were eating. To quote corporate slaves who follow every trend and every fad, you were eating.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
eating.
I think spoon feeding some shit
It was
and
peak.
some poison mushrooms, by the way.
It was peak, y'all. But no, but seriously, it really was like a golden era of games that will never be replicated. I highly doubt even if with DI disappearing, which, you know, it's not happening anytime soon. I don't think, no matter what people want to tell you, but I don't think you're gonna get like another generation like that, or even generation before then, because just things are different. And
that's not to say the 360 era is not great. The 360 era has a lot of great games. It's just we're talking about like the best, you know. It's like you know, it's like winning a silver medal or something. Like you still want silver. You're just not the gold standard.
Not gold, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's where I line. I would have to say definitively it would be the 6th generation for those reasons. You know, so many like great games, favorite games, memorable games. You know, new series, continued series. You know, just you know, a lot of good. Of course, you had a lot of bad games, but I mean that's what every generation. But you know, it definitely had a lot of like legitimately good quality games that, you know, we don't see anymore, unfortunately.
Hey, Batman and Robin, based off the movie on PS1, had one of the first open worlds ever in a game, and it was a pretty it had some fidelity to it. It was the game's a terrible, it's fucking ass, but it had an open world, bro. That's pretty impressive.
It's not the worst Batman on the PlayStation 1.
Go ahead, Chipunchi. What do you say? I would say, oh, they'd be like, everyone's receiving a sticker now. Those fucking elementary school stickers. Where us real people believe that it's even worse than the silver medal, or it's even worse than the bronze medal, by the way.
Yeah. Modern era. Listen, I call the modern era the brown era. You know.
Yeah, the shit era, man.
We went from music to brown noise. You know the brown noise. It was in South Park. That's where we're at right now. So, but
actually, we went from the diamond era to. We went from a triple diamond to freaking turd era. Triple turd era.
Mm-hmm.
Too many governments want a piece of it now, and I just don't think I just think that's it. That's once the government gets involved, once it sticks its fucking nose in, it's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
PC, like indie games made by 3 guys on PC that are weird as fuck. That's gonna be the future of fun games, bro.
It
You
is.
just have to accept it. Just gotta accept it. It's not gonna look like God of War Ragnarok, but you're gonna have way more fun. You're gonna have way more fun.
Oh,
all right, so
look like Freya.
It would probably run better too.
It'll definitely run better. I mean, look, bro, listen, if you made a game that looks like San Andreas now, you could, like I said earlier, you could have all kinds of crazy physics in there, evolution, all of that. Because you got to understand, processing all those graphics is fucking expensive on your hardware. If you just stop focusing on that and focus on like physics and shit, you would have insane game. Imagine a GTA game where you shoot any building and it like crumbles, right? Or like something like that. Like, I'm talking about like San Andreas or whatever. Like, yeah, the game would look like San Andreas, but the functionality would make up for the visuals. And Indie has proven that if you make something fun, it'll make you a millionaire, bro. Look at Five Nights at Freddy. I think those games are dog shit, but they make a ton of money. They probably made for pennies, you know. But
Same goes with the First Descendant, bro.
but what I mean is like what I mean by indie is I'm like that Five Nights at Freddy is a budgeted ass looking game. Far from anything you would consider AAA. It has movies now. It's making a shit ton of money, bro. Like that indie dev made something, and yeah, it's not like a AAA like fucking cinematic movie game, but look how well it did. Look at Game Beast. Remember Game Beast? Among Us.
Small budgets is like
Look at Minecraft.
It's like the way
forward.
forward.
From photorealistic.
Look at
What
Nintendo.
did you say, Casey?
I say the small budgets are the way forward. Look at Nintendo. The biggest budget they have is 20 million for Metroid. That's the biggest one.
Yeah, that's pennies compared to modern. That's cheaper than some PS2 games, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
yeah,
it really is. I mean, what was Concord? Was it 100?
I think it was like 400 million over 8 years.
To be fair, that's Nintendo's business model, though. Sell you like outdated technology and throw their IPs in there. That's it.
It's
to
true.
be fair, to be fair.
But if I'm going to give the devil their due, I'm going to
Yeah.
give it their due. Except they should bring the price down. The greedy fucks.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't look.
the thing.
My problem is the price because I like some Nintendo. I actually do like a lot of Nintendo games, but you cannot charge $80 for that shit, bro. You cannot charge me $80 for Mario. Like you could, but I won't buy it. I just won't buy it.
You just can't. Like Donkey Kong Bonanza does not look like an 80.
Dude, it ain't just the
game
price,
looks
man.
$80 to me.
It's also the way the Switch 2 turned on beat. Like they can. Oh, next thing you know, Fire Emblem 3 Houses ends up being remastered for the Switch 2. That's like very, very tempting. Very tempting, but at the same time, I'm gonna control myself because knowing that a Switch 2 remastered version of Fire Emblem 3 Houses is gonna eventually get taken away and get replaced by new games to make more room for the Switch 2 library. Same goes with the fucking GameCube games like Soul Calibur 2, maybe on the Switch 2 library, but it's gonna be gone. And if it comes back, you have to buy it all over again.
You know what made me hate Nintendo? What made me actually hate them?
What was it?
It was when they decided that all their games that I could purchase individually had to be in a subscription service. Once they did that, I realized I was done with Nintendo, bro. Like, and Nintendo would rather hope that I pay for a subscription service than get like $9, $10, $5 per game, which I would buy several of. They would rather have the hope that I buy a subscription service. Like I was annoyed with all the other shit for years Nintendo did, but that was the thing that made me say, all right, like you're locking your classics behind a subscription service. All these games can be emulated. You're lucky I even want to fucking buy them, right? And then on top of that, like this shit was on previous consoles as like just single one-time purchases. Like that was the thing that made me say, you know what, Nintendo, like you lost the plot. 'Cause I was already annoyed by like their games being too expensive versus like the tech behind them. And I don't mean tech just as graphics. I just mean like these games are like they were like a lot of them just weren't doing enough for me to say this is like $60 even.
You also pay full price both times as well because you paid full price last generation to this generation. Their games are still the same goddamn price.
Exactly. So
and, and of course, if you want to play your classic Nintendo games, especially the ones that are GameCube, Wii, and Wii U and Switch in 4K, especially 4K max settings, stick with PC and emulation. Yeah, sure.
You know what's funny?
Sure,
I don't even care about 4K. I don't even care
It's
about 4K,
illegal.
bro.
I don't care about
Sure, like fucking Nintendo will like, oh, hey, you can play Soul Calibur in Switch 2 in 4K, but I don't. Well, yeah, but it's not gonna look as good as emulation, because it's damn sure it's gonna be fucking upscaled through AI, man. It's gonna look
Yeah,
horrendous.
AI upscaling.
unnatural.
AI upscaling does not look good, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I believe AI is a tool that, like, it can work as a tool. I'm not like completely against it. I just know people will abuse it. You guys already know my thoughts on it. I've said it several times,
Yeah.
but that being said, AI upscaling is fucking terrible. It is
Yeah.
really bad. It is
Yeah, it's
truly bad. Like, I don't even know how that got
noticeable,
past.
too.
It's noticeable. It looks terrible, bro. It looks like, in old movies, example, in old movies and like older games, you start to see the weird, like, what's the word called?
Blurry.
No, it's blurry, but they like meld together on certain frames. I forget what it's called. It's the technique that there's a name for it. Basically, when you have two different frames and then the AI can't reconcile between them, so it makes like this weird abomination smear. It's supposed to be like in between, but it's like
Interpolation?
Interpolation, yes. The interpolation looks fucking horrible. Like, watch a movie with AI fucking upscaling, and you'll notice it. You'll see like people in the distance. You'll see their fingers fused together and shit. It's so weird. And again, I think AI could work as a tool. It has its purposes as a tool. It's just that people will abuse it. And unfortunately, a corporation's not going to be like, yeah, you can have this. We'll just use AI as a tool. We'll have like 50 programmers. They're going to be like, no, fire 49 programmers and have the one use AI. That's what corporations do. So,
But AI sells money. Yeah, but emulation is better.
Yeah.
On old games can be good because it basically it syncs the game up with your monitor and stuff like that. It is pretty good.
Yeah,
Crazy
but
thing about
it does good sometimes, but then also with games you sometimes get the weird interpolation. Like, I seen Sonic the Hedgehog like that, and like you could you're not really supposed to, as an animator, you're not supposed to see an in between screen. It's an in between for a reason.
You're not supposed to see the between frames. I get
And
it.
if I see the between frames like real time, bro, that's not good, bro. Like, that's not good.
Dude. Interpolation.
Like Sonic, like especially with Sonic the Hedgehog, I've seen it interpolated. Like, somebody made like a 60 frames, like whatever, 4K, and I was watching. I was like, oh, it looks pretty good. And then he would do certain things, and I was like, wow, that is surprisingly not pretty to look at.
Yeah.
Like, that looks surprisingly gross. So
it looks like a fucking soap opera, man.
Well, it looks like the thing when he's like halfway being morphed, like like midway transformation.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking at. Well, just before it transforms from a human to a monster, you just have this weird in between. Half werewolf.
Have you ever seen when in between frames when Bart Simpson looks directly at the camera?
Yes, it's cursed. It's so weird.
Yeah, I've seen
Simpsons
that.
has some freaky ones. Simpsons has some.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Okay.
They're pretty funny.
I see the one of Marge. She was Crumpin, and somebody like took the in between frame and like she was gonna do an uppercut, so they photoshopped like her like and like a whole bunch of like different scenarios. They put her in Tekken like about an uppercut like King or something like that. It's like it gave me like a childish giggle, But all right, guys. So let's close it out because we've been going for a while.
Yeah, we have.
So we all gave our thoughts. I don't think anyone here has a channel, right? That they really like use like that.
No,
so
not really. I'll just
I guess me and Revenant will just close things out.
Sure thing.
I'm Jim Pachi. I do animation. I'm working on a game. I do a lot of like streaming nowadays. I do a bunch of Arkham clips. You can check it out if you're interested. If you want to support me, that's the best way to do it. It'll mean a lot to me. If not, that's fine too. Thanks anyway. I appreciate the time that you take to listen to us. I hope everyone has a good night or good day wherever they are. Revenant, always good to co-host with you. And that's Vidania, Paka.
All right,
That means goodbye. Anyway, So
Right.
see you later. Peace.
All right. Well, of course, thanks for co-hosting as usual, and thank you for everyone coming on, including Tasty Z, Frost Baron, Marty Kusanagi, and Madar Potter, I believe. Is that right?
Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley. Charles. Yep. But So, and of course, everyone else who
It's
Right.
Madad Pauser.
My daughter Pausar. So yeah, yeah,
My icon.
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course.
3D
And
glasses. I actually wanted to look Rooster in
Now everyone
3D
knows who
glasses,
Charles Barkley is.
but I
now
couldn't find
supporting
it.
this. Maybe I should change
Right.
my. Maybe I should change my channel to my Mario Kusanagi.
but yeah,
so
thank
Remy,
you, of
as you were
course.
saying, yeah.
Yeah, but thanks to everyone else who came on the panel. Appreciate it. And of course, everyone who was in the live chat, or even if you weren't commenting, anyone who was watching, if you're watching on the replay, appreciate it as always. I should have a new video this week, some point. And yeah, so it was a good discussion, of course, and definitely different from last time. So maybe I'll keep doing more of these in the future. Probably next time, actually. But yeah, so thanks for everyone who came by. And yeah, so we're out of here.
Yep.
Peace.
Have a good night.
Have a good rest of your day.
Good day. Peace.
Bye, everybody.
And peace out, ladies.